See the moonlights on the town. Whoa, I'm getting ready. Talawa TV is in the town. Whoa, I'm getting ready. Got a corner on the telephone. Yeah, this is the Ocean of the Messenger, and you're watching Talawa TV with the host and best. Davis, take it away.
Are we live? I think it might have worked, guys. Think we are live. Let me know, guys. Drop a comment in the comment section. We tested this out last week, Friday, and unfortunately didn't go according to plan. So this week we've decided to give it another go. And I've gone and got some heavyweight, some powerhouse within the Jamaican football community, Mr. Ryan LFC and Mr. Mannings himself. How are we, guys?
Ryan.
I'm doing good now. I'm doing good. Just having fun this Friday. How are you doing?
I'm well, Ryan. You seem to be in a cheerful mood. What's got you smiling? Since we've been backstage, you just keep on smiling. So what's got you in a good mood?
Because Talawa TV live, so.
Mannings, how are you?
I am doing well, Crystal and Ryan. Bless up, you know. I am sure that this is going to be a good show. I always tell people that if I'm not sure, then we're not going to say it. You understand me? So I'm sure that this is going to be a good show because Ryan LFC is here, Crystal is here. You understand me? And Manning's man is here.
Yep. I love the positivity, smiling and positivity. You can't go wrong. So yeah, hopefully, with you guys by my side, hopefully it will be a positive show, a good show in the end. So there's so much to talk about. There's lots that's happened in our small community, in terms of the Reggae Boyz, from Leon Bailey, Corey Burke, Darren Mattox. There's so much to talk about. So I guess we have to talk about the man of the moment in the Premier League, which is none other than Leon Bailey. What do you make of Leon Bailey so far?
For me, I think I like what, let me just say, I like what Aston Villa is doing with him. They have not rushed him in terms of playing, which is always good. It means that they really value his talent, and you can see that by what they paid for him. Generally, when players get teams get players that value a whole lot, there's a propensity to want to immediately throw them there. But Aston Villa has been very measured in terms of their approach. So I commend them for that. In terms of Leon, I think we're still yet awaiting to see his best in the Premier League. People are just seeing a taste of what he can do. There are better performances to come because I don't think he has yet gelled with his team. He hasn't played like 60 minutes of football with them really. And so I see it getting better. I don't know that he will always have that kind of impact that he had on the last game where he came on in 21 minutes and really contributed to two of the goals being scored and leading his team to a victory. But I believe that weekly, either directly or indirectly, he's going to add value to Aston Villa. But I still believe that his team will struggle, but he will be a standout player for this season.
That's a good observation. I'm hoping for Leon's sake that this season Aston Villa does pick up some silverware. Hopefully it's not at the expense of our club. Well, obviously, yes, it would be at the expense because they would beat us if we face them, or it would mean we'll go out in a league competition, for example. So then that would make them champions of whichever the cup is. But for Leon's sake, I would love to see Aston Villa pick up some silverware, because let's remind everyone that they're still one of the most successful club in England. So for some it might not be possible, but based off their history, it is actually possible. And this season they're looking all right, looking better when Leon Bailey's involved. And obviously you referred to the Everton game where he came on, and within a short space of time he won man of the match, literally grabbed the game by the scruff of the neck and managed to get himself a goal. Are we claiming the own goal as an assist for Leon? Because it's a bit up in the air. Some people are like, it's an assist, it's not an assist. So how do we feel about that?
Well, he didn't get it, So we can talk all we want, but it was given us it was given as an own goal. So claim all we want, it was given as an own goal. So I don't think it is up for debate. But what we can say is very good corner kick, right? Maybe he can claim an assist, but the goal wasn't given to him. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Leon's performance so far in the Premier League. Remember, and him debut, him have assist, then play against Chelsea. Didn't do too much, but still made an impact. Solid people, that Jamaican people, fans love to see that. And he destroyed Rudiger and also Alonso. So good, and then come in this game off the bench, 21 minutes, and make a big impact. Welcome to Villa. I think Villa fans will never forget Leon Bailey after that performance. They see what type of player they buy, and I think he will definitely be a shining bright for Aston Villa. Unfortunate, he picking up injury from left to right now. I hope after this international break he can come back, a speedy recover, and put in some good performance for Villa.
It's actually quite frightening to think that he's pretty much playing on one leg. And in every game that he's played for Aston Villa so far this season, he's had an impact. He's pretty much at the moment been their super sub. But to know that he's not a fully fit Leon Bailey, and as Ryan quite rightly put it, had Rudiger, a player who helped Chelsea, a key player who helped Chelsea become kings of Europe with the Champions League. You go to Stamford Bridge and you've got Rudiger on his bottom because of Leon Bailey. That's frightening stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, but sometimes I know in our in a Jamaican context, we love to see the pile and the salad. But if that amounts to nothing, then what was the whole purpose? But the good thing with Leon is that when he does those things, there is a contribution on the back end in terms of a goal or an assist. But like I said, I know you said that you'd love for Aston Villa to win some sort of silverware this season, but I know that they were knocked out of the League Cup. They're not going to win the Premier League, so it is highly unlikely, well, highly likely that they will win any sort of silverware. For Leon Bailey's sake, I would love, but there's an Arsenal player in Emmy Martinez who went there, and he has started saying that he didn't want to go to Arsenal, didn't want to be at Arsenal in the first place. He did it for the money, and for that reason, I want Villa to finish out of the top 10, but Leon to have a great season so that he can be purchased by a bigger club. So that is,
bro, you bitter, bro. You bitter off Martinez, bro.
Mannings, Ryan took the word out of my mouth. Mannings,
bitter,
you
bro.
can't say that.
You know why? You know why?
Go ahead.
Arteta have the opportunity to make the young man be a number one goalkeeper. Remember, this guy has been at Arsenal for over 10 years, most of him time on loan. What you always said, management and Crystal, when a player get the opportunity, they should grab it with both hands. And Martinez, Lene get injured, whether or not Lene is the number one, Lene should wait till him turn. Arteta should be as the man who's strong, stand up strong on him foot and say, listen, Martinez, I'm a number one now. If you want to get back in that position, Leno, you have to fight him for that number one spot. And Martinez and make Arsenal backline look much comfortable. His distribution is much better. His save much better. He's an all-rounding better goalkeeper than Leno. Look at he do for Argentina. You think it's just buck-ups? Look what he transformed Aston Villa. You think it's just buck-ups? Most people have him in the Premier League team of the year. So Arsenal made another mistake on that. So don't bad mind the youngster.
I don't want to stray too far from your point, Crystal. Remember, I don't have a problem with Martinez leaving. The problem I have with after he has left, he's making money. He said that he didn't want to go to Arsenal in the first place. And the only reason, 10 years ago, the only reason why he signed for Arsenal was because of the money. I don't think he needed to have made those statements. And it is for that reason. Yeah, I do agree that he should have stayed in.
A bitter that's him leave. Remember when him leave him crying? Just stay one, just there one club. Just stay with a woman for 10 years. It must see something in her why you stay there for 10 years. Allow me to tell?
No, you're right. But that's why I want I want Aston Villa to finish outside of the top 10, but I want Leon Bailey to have a tremendous season. I don't want Emmy to win any golden gloves and all of those things, man. Yeah.
Just
That's
touching
me.
on what Rai said, in terms of Emmy and the way he left, I think in fairness to Arteta, he did actually give him the option of saying, right, you can either stay and fight for your
Fight.
position, which I think is actually the right approach. I'm actually a fan of Emmy Martinez, and I like what you said, Ryan. It was a boyhood Arsenal product, and when they're a boyhood player who's come through the academy, obviously you want to see them succeed in the senior side, like your Emil Smith Rowe, your Saka, and so on. But no player should be able to dictate that they are guaranteed a spot in the starting 11, because you are at risk of the next player coming in and saying, well, I'm not going to sign a contract extension unless I am guaranteed to start the next game and the next game and the next game. No, you need fighters. You don't want nobody sitting in their comfort zone, because it's happened at Arsenal in the last decade. Unfortunately, with players like Jack Wilshere, there was a habit. Whenever Jack Wilshere came back from injury, he will always be slotted into that Arsenal team. And as much as I rated Wilshere at the time, I disliked that, because it was almost as if you didn't have to work your socks off. You was guaranteed to be a part of that Arsenal starting 11. So, in fairness to Arteta, I know he's made a lot of mistake in terms of like man management of these players, but with this Emmy Martinez situation, the fact that the player was actually offered the opportunity to either stay and fight for your position or go somewhere else where you're guaranteed to be the number one, I think in the end, you can't really knock Arteta. It is what it is. So it's just one of those things where we just have to like move on. And now they've obviously gone and got Aaron Ramsdale, and he's looking good in my opinion.
Which is Crystal, which is confirming Arteta's original position. If you train well, you will play. There is no designated
Mannings,
number one, right?
Mannings.
Because
Hold
Aaron Ramsdale is
on,
keeping.
Mannings, man, stop it this. Mannings.
Yeah.
It's different when you're telling a player have to fight for him position. When you're a goalkeeper, you must know who is the number one. Liverpool were having the same problem a couple years ago. Arteta should be the man. Stand up. Martinez, you is my number one right now.
Yeah, but
Prove it to me.
But what if Leno is doing better in training? How does he?
Yes. No, he has to have a number one. Either you go back him or you're not going to back him. And I think Arteta, it comes down to experience too. When you have a coach, you have to make that final decision and whether the player like it or not. Look at this. He made a mistake. Sell Martinez, right? One of the best goalkeeper in the world right now, hands down. And then go buy a goalkeeper that relegated. Three different team. And him don't get any test as yet.
Well, we're not going to have that goalkeeper conversation, Ryan. we need to have a banter show where we talk about those things. We're going to get back to Leon Bailey. But that is my thing with Leon Bailey. Want him to do well, but would prefer Aston Villa, finish outside at the top 10.
Would you love him to be at Arsenal? But anyway, guys,
I originally said that, I really wanted him to sign for Arsenal. But I felt like, as good as Leon Bailey is, like, I don't think many of the top clubs were pursuing him, because he the position that Leon Bailey played, to me, is one of the most competitive competition in world football right now. When you look at world football, you have your Kylian Mbappe, your Neymar, these kind of players you have your Rashford, your Greenwood, the Saka. You can go right across the world to your Kai Havertz. All of these players who play in these positions are some of the best in the world. If you go back to Eden Hazard, who is probably losing some form, you look at in La Liga, Fati, I think the young guy name is at Barcelona. So it's one of those positions that the world has a great group of players in that. So I don't think he was being looked at one of like the top 10 clubs in my estimation. And this is right now, this is the place that he needs to be for 2-3 years, get to 25, 26, and then he will make that big move to one of those clubs, because I think Villa affords him the opportunity to play competitive but develop even more. because I don't think we have seen the best of him. I think in 2 years' time we'll see him peak. That's what I am thinking.
Makes sense. It makes sense. Makes sense. I have to agree with you. You know what I mean? But if Pepe playing for Arsenal while Leon Bailey cannot play,
Brethren, let's talk about Liverpool. If you have David Argyle, that's
give
his
up
name,
Origi.
Origi, then Leon Bailey can play.
Of course, I said that many times.
There you go.
I said that many times.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, don't forget to hit the like button for Crystal, please. Very important. More
Yeah, man,
people
and
come on.
share the video, please. Right now, you need to just stop what you're doing if you have not yet, and share the video.
Most definitely.
Yeah. So that is my whole thing with Leon. I also think if he should have a good spell at the international level, that will also, and this is where I think his role in the Jamaica team becomes very critical. Like if Leon were to really take this team, like Crystal said earlier, by the scruff of the neck and bring us into the World Cup, his stocks would rise. Then he would get to go to the World Cup. And going to the World Cup increases your value, because if he goes to the World Cup, if he's instrumental in the process of qualification, goes to the World Cup, and even if he doesn't score but has major assist and impact for Jamaica, I think Villa would have to time down to a bigger contract with bigger salary, or and put major buyout clause, or one of the big clubs would step in and take him, because he's not going to have as what he had with um, Bayern Leverkusen. He's not going to have European football playing at Villa, which is part of the challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, I strongly believe what you're saying on Leon Bailey. Once he come and play international football, and that's the next thing. You don't have to go to the World Cup, but make an impact for Jamaica, scoring more goal, make a name on the international scene more, because really need people like to see international player play very well for their club and country. And to get a lot of experience from international football, that will help. As I said, that will raise him stock. You know what I mean? But I still think him have a long way to go. He's still 22. Can't believe it. Can you believe it? He's still 22. He have a far way to go.
It's interesting, guys. I love the conversation around Leon Bailey. But if we could just backtrack just a little bit and look at the 2018 World Cup, that was in Russia, and the whole conversation, a lot of conversation was focused on Leon Bailey, particularly when it came to the England call up. Remember when they were
Yes.
convinced
Yeah.
that he was eligible to play for them? And at that time, there were clubs like giant football clubs that were apparently showing interest in Leon Bailey. So you had the top clubs in La Liga. You also had big clubs in England, Chelsea being one of them that wanted Leon. So it's not just a case of Aston Villa just happens to be the first Premier League club that showed interest in Leon. Like, yes, he does play in one of those competitive position on the field, but in the past, like I said, particularly at the last World Cup, there were a host of clubs that were showing keen interest in Leon. And if he continues to perform as well as he's performing, like I said, at the moment he's playing on one leg. If he can continue that, then I'm sure that the big boys are gonna come knocking, and I'm not sure what price tag Aston Villa could attach to him, but at the moment he's looking priceless.
Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. I agree with you. You make some valid point. You think playing for England would have make a difference for him to go to a top club, bigger club?
I don't even want to entertain that idea, because I don't know who came up with that no
But I
nonsense
think a lot
story.
of that though. But I think a lot of that in 2018, when he was 18, going to be 19, a lot of those stories were more out of frustration with what was happening, with him being called up for Jamaica and representing Jamaica.
Yeah.
And there was also, so there's a lot of things that we don't want to get into, but a lot of that had to do with also, if he's going to be in the team, then his brother needed to be in the team. And I think that kind of stimulated a lot of the controversy. And it was around that time that a lot of the rumors started popping up, that Chelsea and all of that. But when you look at like official links and so, you didn't see up to this point there is no official link there to say that there was any sort of contact or like nothing like that. But it is possible that that was out there. So sometimes you wonder when you hear these things, Crystal, if some of it was a part of the whole agent marketing, what was really real and what was not. Was some of it bred out of the frustration? And that isn't. This is not saying that he wasn't talented. It's just that sometimes, I can put a player out there by what I create around him in terms of rumors and stuff. I think like Nicolas Pepe, that's what happened to Arsenal. All of these things about him being the top guy in League One and all the assists and he plays in multi positions and all of that. And what happened is that so many teams want him. Barcelona were after him and this was after him and that was after him. And you know what happened? Arsenal running paid a whole lot of money, and then they did their investigation.
I think with Nicolas Pepe, if you look back at his last performances at his previous club, his stats did actually back his capabilities, right? But I think with him, when you come to a club like Arsenal, when there's so much disruptions, to the present, he's had what three different managers. So he's come in. He's had Freddie Youngberg. He's had Unai Emery. He's had Mikel Arteta. He seems like that type of player that comes across as being that luxury player. And if there's a lot of disruptions in and around him, then you can't really get the best out of him. And then of course there was a period where he just couldn't get into the team. And you had players like Willian going over him, and you're sitting and asking yourself, is Willian a better player? Does Willian offer more to a team than Nicolas Pepe? So obviously, you can't put the price tag on the player because obviously the player doesn't pay for their transfer fee. That's down to the club and the buying club being Arsenal at that point. But going back to what Ryan said about branding, I think you said, would it have been better for him as a brand if he went to play for England? Is that what you said?
Yeah. I think it was
obvious answer
better.
is yeah. But can you still enhance his brand as a Jamaican international?
Of course.
Because Jamaica is a brand in itself, and Jamaica is one of the biggest brand going. It's just about getting the right people behind that team to market Jamaican football, market the players as individuals, and market the players as a collective. So, like I said, the obvious answer is England, but you can still get a brand out of the player themselves if they were to represent Jamaica.
But you know what is funny? I think if he had gone to Chelsea, say in 2018, when he was like 18, 19, he would not have been a starter. And he would have had, since that time up to now, I think almost 4 coaches, which I think would have affected his development. So in retrospect, you'd think like it's a good thing he didn't go to Chelsea, because you'd have Conte, I think, Sarri, Lampard, and now Tuchel. Like, you can imagine you going through that and all of these different players, because for me, Chelsea rarely keeps players in certain position over a certain time. Like Chelsea is one of those clubs that they change out like every 2 or 3 years. There's a major changing out of the guards. Arsenal don't have that, Liverpool don't have that, but Chelsea has always been one of those clubs that they change at least 6 players and a coach every 2 years. Like their cycle is shorter, and I'm wondering if that would have affected Leon if he had gone to Chelsea, because they also send out a lot of players on loan. I mean, you look at Chelsea's game in the League Cup. Malinga Sarr, who was out on loan. Ross Barkley was out on loan. Loftus-Cheek, who was out. And I mean, like you're really, what are they doing all of these players? And you wonder if they would have purchased Leon and send him out on loan.
Yeah, Manning's man, you're right. When you were at Genk playing very good in the Europa League, scoring some top goal in the Europa League at the age of 19, 18, going to England and going to Chelsea, that would be one of his biggest downfall. One, they will send him out on loan. When you come into England, you have to have name. Especially coming from the Caribbean. You have to have name. You have to live up to that. name. So when you go to England, they cannot bench you. Like Leon Bailey, they pay 30 million for him, Aston Villa. Whenever him settle in and get fit, they has to play him because he have name. He coming from the Bundesliga, the poster boy for Jamaica. So when you come into England, you have to carry that name. And going to Chelsea, that'll be a wrong move for him. As you said, too many coach, they change out player all the time. You know, I think Villa would be the right club for him. But, you know, at the time, I was saying that was a step down. I would love to see him at Liverpool, not because I'm a Liverpool fans. You know what I mean? I think Klopp would take him game to that next level. But William Bailey will be patient sitting off the bench, coming off the bench and learn him trade. I don't think so because Craig Butler listened to him last week. He's not happy because he said my players signed for the club to start. You understand? But he has to understand that they taking their time with Leon Bailey. Cannot just push him in the fire. This is the English Premier League. This is a men's game.
And I think when you go to like if Leon was going to Chelsea, I don't think Chelsea will allow you with all the players they have to sign in your contract that you have to play a certain amount of minutes. He probably can get away with that at Aston Villa because of the amount of money they're paying for you. You go to Chelsea and they buy you for $40 million and you tell them that you want to start every game. Like this is Chelsea, brethren. They can spend $100 million. You think $40 million is a lot? Like the whole thing changes. He goes to Aston Villa and he can say, listen, his agent can say, listen, he has to start at least 20 games for the season. And they say, great, because that's the level that club is at. You don't get to say that if you're a Leon Bailey, if you go to a Real Madrid. That certain clubs, and you don't get to say that when Pep is going to be the coach. Unless they pay over $100 million. You understand what I mean? Like Haaland probably can say that. Or Lukaku can say that because you're spending $100 million. I don't think he's there yet, Leon, but I think he has the potential to get there. And then some of those demands. Right now, I don't even think Aston Villa will subscribe to anything because they have the money. A lot of this money is from the Jack Grealish sale. So they still can go out and buy other players because they have not used up all of that money. Although they have a reformed Jack Grealish, this guy named Matthew Cash has just taken Jack Grealish's face and put on his body. I don't know why.
I think Aston Villa so far taken the right approach because we know that Leon hasn't been fully fit since, I guess you could say, pre-Gold Cup. We know he came into the Gold Cup with a toe injury, I believe, and since then it's been a little bit stop and start with him. So I think he's in good hands of Aston Villa. They're obviously trying to take it step by step with him before they unleash him onto the Premier League. But so far, I think they're taking the right approach, not trying to rush him. Because what you don't want to do in a World Cup qualifying year is to put too much pressure on your player and to have him to, pull up with a serious injury, a lengthy injury that could either take him out for the duration of the season or could potentially take him out for the duration of the season and the World Cup as well. So I think so far they're making the right call.
Yeah, and that's what I think, Crystal. And the truth is, like, what would you prefer? Play 90 minutes and have 20 minutes of impact, or play 20 minutes and be man of the match with 20 minutes of impact? Like it in other words, if every 20 minutes I play, I have great impact and win man of the match, why would I want 90 minutes to still have 20 minutes of glory? Like, that's one way to look at it. You understand? That's one way to look at it. Like, listen, if I can keep doing this with 20 minutes, my value is still going up. My value, because you don't know what he will look like in 90 minutes.
That's definitely true. He's definitely at the moment the super sub, performing out of his socks, and obviously by doing that, he's making us extremely proud because we got some bragging rights in our corner. All thanks to Leon Bailey and the way he's handling the Premier League. I know we've said on different conversations, different platforms, that we have yet to see the best of Leon Bailey in our national colours. How do you get the best out of Leon Bailey? Because I'm getting a bit of like a Nicolas Pepe vibe, in the sense that if there isn't much stability in and around the team, the makeup of the team, so that comes from the federation, the coaching staff, the team itself, you're not really going to see the best of him, because it may come down to unsettlement. So how do you get the best of Leon Bailey?
You want to go first, Ryan?
First and foremost, Leon Bailey have to get the best out of himself, mentally, physically, when him come and play for the national team. It's a life and death situation, especially the World Cup qualify. You have to look at yourself first, or you lose the ball, or you react. Just take a look at your Jamaican performance, the game in the Gold Cup. Look at it. Look at your performance when you're playing for Bayer Leverkusen, you're losing that ball, or you work off, or you work back hard, or you hustle to win back that ball. Look at your performance for Aston Villa when you work very hard off the ball and when you lose the ball. So it comes down to mindset for Leon Bailey. Will Leon Bailey willing to work hard for the national team? Yes, you are the poster boy. You are special. But we cannot afford to have 10 men playing the game. Leon Bailey has to put in the tackle. Seeing him running back against Chelsea, against Rudiger, to help the team defense. You don't see that in Leon Bailey performance for the Reggae Boyz. Both going forward and defense. But that's Leon Bailey have to work on himself. No. Whitmore have to find a solution how him going to fit Leon in this team. Are you building this team around Leon Bailey? Or you just building it around everybody? Because what I know Jurgen Klopp do, he build the player, build the team around Salah, and then him take it from there. But Whitmore don't have a style of play and a system how he want to use Leon Bailey. You understand? Leon Bailey, you have to play him wide. Whenever the midfielder get the ball, you play it game quick as possible. They get behind the defense. We don't see nothing like that. Leon Bailey always come in so deep for the ball when him playing for Jamaica. When him playing for Villa, he getting the ball 10, 15 yards away from goal. When Leon Bailey have to drop deep, 60, 70 yards to give it to beat 3-4 man, it's difficult for him. So we need to get past after football, like a Ravel Morrissey, like a Kevin Stewart, like a player like that guy that playing the MLS, Speedy, Grant. We has to start to get our midfielder and our striker to link up properly. I don't think we're having a problem in the defense. I think we have very good defender, solid defender between the midfield and the attack. That's the most hardest part of the job as a coach. Everybody can defend. A lineman's man,
Yeah. Yep.
the
Yep.
hardest
Your
part.
coach always tell you that they coach defense. They don't have to coach offense, because you can score by luck, but you can't defend by luck.
Yeah. So overall, I think everything need to have a frame of mind. Bailey, the coach, the federation, what's the plan they have? They has to put in a structure. You
I think,
understand?
yeah. For me, Crystal, I think like Leon always play for Jamaica with his club on his mind. That's where I'm going to put some pressure on him. I think when it comes to, and Ryan kind of alluded to it from just a different vantage point, but it is really the same point, which is when he plays for the national team, I think he thinks about how much I can put into this. What if I get injured playing for Jamaica? Is this really my first priority? I think some of these things weigh on his mind, and so which is reasonable, especially like over the summer when he knew, we may not have known, but he knew that there was a contract in the making. Really, was he supposed to give 100% in the Gold Cup? But if he had not turned up, people would have said he's not interested. So he turns up knowing that I have to be very careful how I play this, because I have a little niggle and I also have a contract that I'm going to have to do a medical to pass, to sign, which is a very important part. So when you have these things on your mind, it's not like a Cristiano Ronaldo who knows, listen, if I get injured for Portugal, when I recover, I step back into the starting 11. I don't think he has ever been in a position where he feels he has that security in his club where he can come and give his all for Jamaica, whatever happens. And so he plays with a lot of reservation. I can't go into this tackle hard. I'm not going to put myself to be tackled too hard because I don't want to be injured. And so that's something that he has to fix in his own mind. Because the truth is, he wants to be here. When you hear him speak, he believes that the team, he declared this is the best opportunity we have to qualify for the World Cup. I'm paraphrasing, but that is as close as I can get to what he said. He said that if we don't make this, it is not the players' fault, it is the federation. These are his words, as close to it as possible. So he believes and he thinks he can be a part of this. So we know that. Now, when it comes on to the coach, I will say this. The coach has an important role to play, and the players are around Leon. But you just kick a very good corner that led to a goal. When you kick the corner for Jamaica, that's not a coaching issue. Because there's no way you can try to kick the corner the same way for Aston Villa from the same left side or right side, wherever it is, and one is kicked perfectly with an assist, and the other one is kicked too long. That has nothing to do with the coach. That has to do with Leon. All right? Now, let's get to the coach. The coach has to find a way of creating isolation for Leon. Every time I've watched him, he does best when he is isolated against his opponent. You put him out there with a one-on-one, but CONCACAF knows this. We keep forgetting. No, this is where I think Leon can indirectly help our team, because America is not going to allow Leon to beat them. They're going to double team him. So if he's double teamed,
we see that many times in the Gold Cup, but our player don't make use of it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying that Ryan, no, this is where the coach needs to come in. He must know that when we go to play America, Leon is going to be double teamed. Canada going to double team him. All of these teams. So if he's double teamed, then who is the free man? In other words, no, if you know Leon is going to be double teamed, it means that you can push someone else up front in an attacking sense, because there must be more space on the field. And I think that is where, and I said this in the Gold Cup, even if Leon Bailey don't touch the ball, he's still having an impact because he's still being double marked. And the coach must utilize those additional spaces to create enough for other players for the team.
Fear. He drive fear in defender.
Yeah.
Defender always going to mark him. But we don't have smart player. Always in the Gold Cup. Suriname do it, Guadeloupe do it, United States do it. But that player, that free player, don't make opportunity. He don't take him opportunity. Junior Fleming's free all the time when him play in the Gold Cup, whenever him start. Double team Leon Bailey and the space is there for other players, but they don't take use of him.
I think the intelligence from the players is there. One player who I think is intelligent for his age is Shamar Nicholson, and that comes down to his positional awareness. Like, you can't be a player who is uneducated but get your positional awareness so accurate more often than not. Right. So I think the intelligence is definitely there in the squad. It's just that we're not clicking. What do you guys make of the collective morale? Do you think the morale is where it should be, or it isn't where it should be? And if not, how do we correct that going forward?
I think, listen, how you build morale for me is by team building. You build morale by building team. And we lost our opportunity for team building way before the qualifiers start. That opportunity was lost during the wage negotiation. And from that point, there has not been any team building. What we have done is have a collection of our best players and put them on the field. And this is now the ripple effect of that. Because remember, every game that we played since the wage negotiation, we have had almost a different squad. And so how are you going to build team? Who is going to, if Leon plays with this person today, he doesn't play the next game, and when he comes back to play, he plays with somebody else. that gonna affect, like it's because there is no team chemistry and unity, then morale is going to be down because you just don't know who you are going to play with. If I ask us right now to name our top four, probably all of us will have different top fours because we just don't know who is going to be in it. The only thing we can say that has been consistent with our team is Andre Blake in goal.
Then Mannings, allow me to interject. Let's look at morale from an organizational standpoint, right? Because we all have our own separate 9 to 5. I can't speak for you guys, but I can speak for myself. If my organization isn't operating as well as it should be, and I don't feel like I'm being supported as a staff or as a colleague, then naturally, unintentionally, my morale drops. And usually, like when your morale drops, you don't get the best out of me. Right. And that doesn't mean that I'm trying to be malicious or I'm trying to, not do my job. It's just mentally, I'm perhaps not where I need to be or where I should be. So then you go back and you look at a player like Leon Bailey, where you compare that when it comes to his club, he's performing out of his socks. But when it comes to the national team, you're not seeing the best of him. I'm not going to say that he's doing it deliberately or that it's intentional. I'm just questioning whether you would get the best out of Leon if the morale, the collective morale, that team building that you touched on, if that team building was better, would you see the best out of a player like Leon Bailey?
Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work.
There we go.
That's it. Teamwork make the dream work. And listen, I always know this. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And so when I lead people, the first thing you have to do is that people have to know that you care about them. And when
Yep.
the person who know that you care about them above their talent, they will lay down their lives on the field.
Yes. Yes.
And that's what you're talking about in the context of work. And in the context of the national team, the players need to know that those persons who call us coach and president, they care about me first before they care about my talent. And I think that is missing in our national team.
Uh-huh.
This is just pay me to play. That's it. That's what it has become. Well, let me say it this way. That is how I feel, or in my opinion, that's what I think it has come to.
Now, I agree with you, and that's why I asked the questions like, how do we rate our collective morale? Because something for me, obviously, I'm not in the team, so I can't go and say the collective morale isn't right or there's something not quite right about the team because I'm not there. I'm just that I'm just part of the 12th man watching on, and I can only speak or give my observation based of what I've seen. But one thing that's been like a question mark apart from the morale is the confidence. Naturally, confidence from the team and players as individuals and players as a collective get better with good results. And one way of getting those good results is to go out there, score goals, try not to concede, and also seeing out the game and get those all important points. So how do we correct those two key issues at the moment? So aside from the lack of morale or and also the confidence, how do we correct those going forward?
It coming from it have to come from the top where everybody pull in one direction. You cannot have management pulling from over America and Ryan FC pulling from over Canada. Everybody have to come together. Everybody have to have the same part. Everybody have to have the same vision. I don't see that. You know what I mean? Listen to the president, I don't see that. Listen to Coach Whitmore, I don't see that. Sometimes when the media person asks Whitmore, he don't know. You understand? We need to get someone who going to really organize everything from top to bottom. That's how you build morale. As you said, Crystal, me sometimes I just frustrated at work because sometimes we are on different pages and it just not giving me. Normally I would have worked good, but sometimes it just broke my vibes.
Yeah.
And for me still, I think we just need a man manager. This is the reason why all of these big club They don't make the manager name coach again. He's a manager where can manage the players them. And I think that's where we really lack right now. We need a man manager. We're going to make everybody come together and make it click. Both the English and the local player them. We need both of them. You understand? We need to put away our ego. The coach himself need to put away his ego. Why you cannot work with some of the player them who are going to make your job much more easier. You understand? No, yeah, man, these are the things that are affecting us. That's why we're not going forward, man.
I would say this, Crystal. I said this a couple of days ago on one of my shows, right? That you can accomplish anything in life provided that you do not mind who gets the credit.
Mm-hmm.
And until our leaders and our coach realize that the greatness that ought to be accomplished in this team comes through me being a servant to everyone, it's not going to happen. And I say that because the enemy of what is great is not what is worse, it's good. And I think as long as it is not bad, many people are okay. Like, as long as it is not bad, they will settle for even good stuff. As long as it is not bad. So what they're saying is that it's not really that bad enough. I tell you how our mind need to change. It's not but that bad enough. It's good, it could be right, but we don't strive for what is best. Because the enemy, good is the enemy are great. We don't strive for greatness. We just want to make sure it's not that bad. I learned this in high school. My English teacher told me. She always tried to give me a hard time because she thought I could write very well, write stories. And she said, listen, you keep aiming for the trees. And every time you aim for the trees, if you fall, you're going to hit the ground real hard. You need to stop aiming for the trees and aim for the sky. Because if you aim for the sky and you fall, you may land in a tree. And that will be a better cushion. And that changed my whole concept. That I need to stop thinking. I need to think the highest level. What is the optimum level that we can get to? What is greatness for Jamaica team? We don't want a good team. We want a great team. But we have settled with a mindset that says, as long as it is not bad, it is okay. So we try not to be bad instead of trying to be great. That's the problem with the team. We don't want a coach going to get greatness, We just want to make sure the coach is not bad. We don't want a player that going to bring us to greatness. We just want to know that the player is not that bad. It's a thing that has to change in our minds. This not bad thing, and strive for greatness.
It's an interesting observation. I think we need to go back to basics, bring through a bit of the old school X factor, maybe call upon a pastor. I don't know if you know any pastors, Ryan. I can't think of one.
One is in front of you.
So maybe that's what we need to do, reintroduce that belief, that religious belief, because I think religion and football, definitely modern day football, it pretty much goes hand in hand. The churches, the stadium are our place of worship. You see where I'm going? We love our religion just as much as we love our football. And Jamaica, at the heights of their potential and their achievements, religion played a huge role in that. So maybe we could bring some of that religious belief that could maybe like bring the nation together and hopefully like be part of our foundation for success in the near future.
Yeah, Crystal, you know what, Ryan, I'm going to share a story, right? I'm not going to about the helping and offering to help and people helping. And then you can draw your conclusion, you and Ryan, right? So there's a story about a guy who was drowning, a Rasta guy, and his friend was right in the river beside him. So he's drowning and he's calling out, Jesus, 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 save me, Jesus. Right? So his friend didn't save him. So the police come and ask, listen, your friend drowned and he's now dead. Why didn't you save him? And you know what he said? Listen.
Because him called Jesus.
I'm right beside him. And him calling. And him calling on Jesus. Why never just ask me? Because I am right beside him. The point I'm making that you can be right beside people and they don't ask for your help.
Yes.
Right? Because they don't think you're good enough
to help.
I'll leave it. So that is my answer to your thing, and then Ryan can continue. Yeah.
I love what this person has says. Blacker kick 90. Football is religion. I definitely agree with you on that. It's also a language in itself. I don't know about you, but whenever I meet someone new, one of my first like conversation with them is, who do you support? And if I ask you that as a football fan, you should give me the answer that I'm searching for. And from there, I kind of build on relationships with people. So yeah, football is a religion. That's something that myself and so many of us agree with. But aside from the religious aspect, maybe a mediator in some capacity, just to get inside the players' heads, just to say to them, like what Manning's touched on. The difference between good and great. What does good look like to you? What does great look like to you? How do you achieve greatness? Because I think until you get that understanding, that collective understanding, not everyone's going to be pulling with each other because you're almost unintentionally, you are not all on the same page. So I think we need that mediator in that team to say to guys, like, what do you want to achieve? Like, this is our moment, to be honest. They've probably already had these type of conversations, but for argument's sake, we're just saying this is probably something that should happen. What does greatness look like to you, and how do we achieve that? Because everybody's capabilities within the team will obviously be different to the other, won't it?
Yeah, Crystal. When Ryan, right? So when you're married, right? When people are having marital issues, what do? They go and find a counselor, right? Somebody to mediate in the marriage. So there is relational issue with the JFF and the players. Why isn't there a person who is coming to bring both sides together? It's a relationship. It's
Too
just a
much
different
ego, bro.
different context, but it's all relationship. There are times in our relationships are just at a bad place, and we try all we can to fix them. They don't work, and we say, listen, we need help, because you will never be set free from anything you're in until you open up your mouth and say, I need help. And one thing that ego and pride does is say that I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. And maybe that is the problem. Why? And it come back to the whole thing. And these things break moral. Because you know what? You may not know it, but people know when something else is wrong. You know, Crystal, when you go to work, if things are off with the company, even if the owners deny it, you know something is off. And so
100%.
you're like playing the fool.
Yeah.
Because you're there. You're being because listen, I know something is wrong. I know they are being hypocritical. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be hypocritical too, because you're going to reap what you sow.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
See?
That is something that I definitely agree with. And that's why I thought it was important for us to touch on those two, what I think is issues within the team at the moment. Hopefully someone can step in. I don't know who that mediator would be. I don't know who that pastor would be. But hopefully someone can step in and try to like find a solution. Considering that when you look back at the Gold Cup and the first couple of games in the World Cup qualifiers, that we're not exactly doing the basics right. Now, if we're not doing the basics right, should we be looking to see if we can do for some people, the unthinkable? Can we achieve true greatness if we're not even capable of doing the basics, which at the moment is the bare minimum?
A friend of mine always tell me, Ryan, when things not going right, go back to the basic.
Yes.
Go back to the basic. Go back and do what you usually do. JFF, the team, the JFF manager, they're not doing the basic stuff. The basics thing in football, it's really matter. In life in general itself, we have to do the basic. And the team on the pitch, they don't do the basic thing as well. They always make things complicated. No one working for each other. No one want to fight for each other. I see that in the Costa Rica game. Everybody fighting for the one another. So the Panama game, we have meeting the afternoon, and then we have a next meeting in Costa Rica. So these are the things where I told people all the time. 50% of the time, football play off the pitch, and then the next 50 play on the pitch. If your upstairs is not right mentally, where you think you're going out on the field and do? You know what I mean? Play football already where I have a lot of off the field issue. My girlfriend worrying about how my light bill I go pay as a young youth. You know? So nothing change. We not do the basic stuff. So you have to go back to the fundamental of things and do the basic stuff. Not hearing you,
I was
Crystal.
muted there for a second. Sorry about that. What does basic look like to the both of you? Because for me, a part of basics is, it's not rocket science, is to prepare yourself. Preparation is key to success. So when you're looking at the basics being the foundation for success, then surely you have to get your preparation right. And when we look back at the first couple of games for the World Cup qualifiers, it's obvious that we weren't prepared for certain games, especially the opener against Mexico. I'm sitting in a press conference and I'm hearing that we're only just after the press conference heading out to do our first training sessions, stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, thanks for sharing that story, but those are stuff that you keep behind closed doors, because as a fan, it's upsetting to even hear that. So that tells me that you weren't prepared going up against the World Cup qualifier against one of your main rivals on their home turf. Whereas you had Mexico were preparing long before Jamaica, right? And it's not just a case of they were on home soil. They knew that this is a serious game. First game, World Cup qualifier, and it's against Jamaica. Naturally, they want to beat us. So again, my question to both of you is, what does basic look like?
You want to go first,
Yeah,
Mannings,
well,
man?
I said
All right.
a couple of things. Like there has to be, and always, like again, I did this video. I said without a vision. I started. We said where there's no vision, there's going to be division, because the word division, die means two. So when you don't have one clear articulated vision, then stuff are going to be divided. It means that the federation must be clear. So we're going to play USA. Let's look ahead. Every player by now should know where they're going to stay, when they're going to arrive, and all that is all planned out. You know what meals certain player eat, who is vegan, who is vegetarian, who is whatever, all of those things, right? The players know what room they're going to be in, who they're going to be in the room with. They know they already have the training schedule. When you get here, the first training session is going to be at X place at X time for X amount of hours. All of that must be in place, because you have to put proper systems in. Because people, a professional hates disorganized. If you're a professional in any field in life, Ryan does work. And if Ryan goes to a company that doesn't operate the way his company operates, it's going to frustrate him, because he's used to a particular level of organization. When these players come from their clubs that are organized, and they come and they don't know who is going to pick them up at the airport, when they are going to be picked up, when they are going to train. Listen, Mikel Antonio can tell you what they're going to do at training on Monday, like what it is like. They can tell you the duration. They can explain those things to you, because there's a routine, an organized system that has been developed. So in terms of the federation, that has to take place. Now the coach must be organized. Like the players need to know, like I should be able to send to Mikel Antonio, should have gotten a booklet with our system of play before he came to Jamaica. In other words, he should be able to read. Listen, I run a club here, and when somebody's coming to my club, if he's a centre back, I send him a document. and that shows him how my center backs play. Now, there are other things that you can't teach that won't be on the paper. They are intangibles. But he has a basic idea of what I expect of him. I guarantee you that if you can call any of the national players and ask them if they have ever gotten anything to explain their role. Any company you work for, Ryan, all of them give you what is called a job description. Bigger companies call it a team charter. In other words, they give you a job description individually, and they have a team charter that says, here are the things that govern the team of you that work in the marketing department. And everyone subscribe to that. We need to have that because we have players who are coming in for one day. So the player should know. So when he comes to the training, he knows where to run before you tell him, because he read that in the little manual for center forwards, or manual for center backs, or manual for... Unless we have that, we're going to keep struggling. So that's where I think we need to get to right now. That is the basic that we need to get to. And I don't think that is hard. If you're a coach, you're supposed to know what you want from the forward. Leon is supposed to know what you expect of him. And then if he has questions before he gets here, he can say, listen, I'm reading this and he says he want me to cut inside and square the ball with my right foot. And then he can say, no, but I square better with my left. Why don't you put... So that conversation can't happen when you have only 2 days before the game.
Communication.
There you go. So that would be my basic. I don't know if Ryan has something separate, but that would be like what basic is.
Mm-hmm.
Jamaica no do nothing basic, bro. Be all come up thing them do, brother. The game will come up against United States, or we're going to travel to United States. Remember, you know, the people running the federation, they think we just want to bash them. Remember, they get the same time like a United States, Canada, you know. Every international team have them schedule, you know. When you go on the FIFA website, you see what time the game I play and where the game going to play. But this is the reason why you have to send in your players them like 2 weeks before the World Cup qualifier game. Only way you can change a player unless a player injured. You understand? I went on the Canadian website today. I think today, and I see they're selling ticket for the home game. For the home game against Panama. Going on the JFF website now to try to get the home game ticket for Jamaica. It's joke. So these are like a simple thing we're not doing, bro. Simple thing.
Yeah, Crystal, which store you shop at like for clothes regularly? Just give me one.
Regular. I do a lot of online shopping. I don't know if I should plug them, you know. I don't think I should be giving them free promo.
All right. So the way I ask is that, listen, so when you use a particular, like I have an expectation at the store that I shop.
Yeah.
And wherever I go, whenever I use one of those branches somewhere else, it looks the same and it operates the same. It means that I can take a worker from Jamaica and plug them in the same store in the US and they function. What I'm saying that it is time for us to be so basic in how we operate that we can take someone from China and plug them in our team and it moves like a machine. Like nothing changes. But if you don't have a system that explains that clearly, like if players don't have a basic job description, meaning you cannot expect what you don't expect. In other words, what are your expectations of Kemar Lawrence? In other words, I'm not going to play you. I'm going to find the player that can meet the vision that I have for the left back. Because here's the vision, and I write it down and say, I want a left back that can use his right foot, but he must be strong on the left because I want him to play inverted. When you look at Arteta, when I look in the Premier League, Ryan, and you can see this, most of these coaches, the Pep, these guys have all kind. When a player is coming on, they're going through different stuff, flipping, because they have something already written down. Oh God. They have these booklets. Any good organization that runs football, they have something that they can give to the players to read, or videos to show them of what we expect of you.
So, coach,
You should not have a national player doing an interview say, I was on the field and I was confused. This is a senior professional doing an interview after the Panama game and says, I was on the field and I was confused because I was getting instructions from all over the place. I've never watched Premier League football and seen the assistant coach, the third assistant, the goalkeeper coach, the giving instruction. All I see is Klopp on the sideline, Pep on the sideline. Those are the guys who give, one person gives all the instructions.
yeah, I must say I agree with your management, man. I have to agree with you. You know what I mean? They have a plan, they have an idea, especially when it going to penalty shootout. The goalkeeper coach, him and the goalkeeper, they have something where they flipped in to show where the player going to keep most of him thing. You know what I mean? I can't disagree with you, bro. I have to agree with you, bro, 100%, bro. And the root of the problem is we don't know where we're going. We just a pickup team, pickup national team where a Kana League stuff, bro. Even Kana League play much better than that. I mean, I got this Kana League, but when you have a player come out and say, we don't have a style of play, we just know football and we go out there to try. That say a lot, bro.
Yeah.
And then they want to bite off the young man head when it's just a truth and it's just a facts. You understand? So if we really want to go forward, bro, we have to change a lot, brother. And it have to be quick as possible, bro. Because if we don't do that, I told you guys already, you know, I've coached Theodore with more. Back where we are go, brother. Unless the player them out there, I go just go do it after Bailey say, yo, we know football and we just go out there and go fight, bro. But Whitmore is like a boaty, bro, on the sideline, bro. See me?
Hey, Ryan, you know what is funny? We just hear that thing about it. You know? I'm just here thinking about this, right? So, because you know, I'm in Senton. A lot of tour buses, they go and pick up people. When those tour buses leave the airport to come to any of the hotels, they don't stop, you know. They pick up a group of passengers from coming off the plane and they go straight into the hotel property. But you have some other buses that run from Montego Bay to Ocho Rios. And they stop in Falmouth and they pick up passenger here and they pick up passenger there and stuff. Very disorganized, you know. So you know who police normally stop? Like police never stop the tour buses because they know who is in there and they know where they are going, right? You can't measure your time based on the mobile to Ocho bus, they would call it. Why? Because you don't know when they're going to stop. You don't know where they're going to turn off. But when you take one of the tour buses, that plan is so sure that, you know, if I come off the plane at 12 o'clock, I'm going to get to my hotel at 2. You see, if you take one of the regular buses, you can't plan around that. The problem is that, let me give you what I mean. US is like the tour bus, and Jamaica is like the other bus that stop and pick up passenger. So you can plan around the US, and like teams like Canada, because they're organized, you can't plan around the team right now.
That's true, bro. And you're right, bro. Up to the United States blogger them, they know when to schedule a live stream. The team going to come out on that day. We have to on Instagram. How them not upload this? How them not that? Go on Canada Instagram now. They are promoting selling the jersey. Yeah. Same thing, getting the ticket. Same thing with the United States. We're not doing that on our platform. Remember now, we have to beat them to to the play it on Instagram. You know what I mean? Twitter and all of these things. So come just say things change. You know what I mean? But I'm really, really sick, tired of this JFF thing, bro. They just need to get someone. Look, we don't hear no more. We don't hear the problem with the girls' national team. They probably have problem.
Oh yeah. I have to interject with that one. There are very similar problems with the women's national team. They were supposed to meet up for a training camp. I believe it
Yeah.
was should have been last week, and that got cancelled with no valid reason. So the problems that exist in the men's game, you still see the same problems in the women's game. So that comes to like pay disputes and so on. So you do see it. You probably hear more of it when there's games being played, because obviously when the Reggae Boys aren't playing, you don't really hear much because the conversation isn't focused on them, right? So that's the reason why you probably don't hear much about the Reggae Girls. But the
Yeah,
same
but
problems that exist in the men's national team also exist in the women's national team as well,
yeah,
unfortunately.
and it's the same people them operate the girls national team, and Stella Marley
Exactly.
say, give it to me and make me run it. And this is the same thing where you say manage man. They don't want to do that because everybody want the credit. Everybody wants say, yo, I mean make this happen, this and that. Because she know how to get the marketing, bro. Today I'm watching a YouTube video, bro. And I see one guy from England. He's a Man United fan. He's having an Ajax jersey with the Bob Marley thing. And we Jamaica should have do that, bro. Our national team should have do that. You know how much money they would have make?
Yeah.
We lack vision and all of these things. And the people who want to help, they fight them out and they push them out. So we're going to go forward as a nation.
I think it's just one of those things, right, in terms of the branding is, when you just have the wrong person for the job. There's no point making somebody who is a IT technician your person who is in charge of your brand and your marketing. What do they know? It's two different understanding. And Jamaica, it's so funny because, like we said earlier on in the live stream, like Jamaica is a brand in itself. Like it sells. Anything that has Jamaica on it is going to sell. But before you can even sell that product, you have to one have the right person leading that process, but they also have to want to make a difference. They have to want to do their job. At the moment, you look at the setup and you have to question, like, do you even care? Bare minimum, do you even care to deliver, to want to succeed?
And you also have to hold people account. Ryan, if you hire someone to come and paint your house, and after 2 weeks he comes here every day and you don't see any paint, there's going to be a conversation.
Of
And
course.
he says to you, well, boy, I couldn't do it because it was raining, and then the next 2 weeks passed, no rain, and he didn't do anything. You know what you're going to do? You're going to fire him, right? And say, listen, bro, this can't continue, and because I need the work done, I'm going to replace. In other words, listen, I can fire you and still be a friend if you want. Because there are two things. We have to get to the place in our football where we separate the personal hires from the personal relationships. In other words, listen, there's a job to be done that's based on personal hire, not personal friendship. And so I'm going to fire you based on the job, but keep our relationship as friends. And if you can't do that, don't hire your friend. I always tell people, if you can't fire your friend, don't hire your friend. If you
Well,
can't,
that's sorry
go
to
ahead.
interject. I mean, sorry to interrupt you, but that goes back to the old age saying of saying you can't mix business and friendship together,
Yeah.
can you? Because there's only one outcome, and it's not usually one that betters the team or betters the individual. It's just one of those things that you just don't mix together. You keep them separate for a reason.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, uh, is that listen, my brother is just like I have a brother who was a business. And here's the thing, the hardest thing to do is to work for him. Because we're gonna have conflict. And he's not going to want to fire me because it's gonna be problems. Because we're gonna say, Bridget, how are you supposed to fire me? So you avoid those things. And I think part of the issue we have in our football is that we make decisions based on our friendship, and then when there's no performance, we face these conflicts. We can't do anything. We can't fire. The person is still there, and the company keeps on failing. and like I said, those. But coming to the whole football issue, we have to get to the basics. Every player must know way before they come and join this national team. What is the expectation of this team of me as a right back, as a left back, as a goalkeeper, as a centre forward, as a D-mid? What is the coach's expectation? A player is supposed to know that. In other words, I am supposed to know what is expected of the goalkeeper in the national team. So when I look and I hear that, that this man have Jamaican connection, I should be able to say, no, Ivan Toney don't fit the profile of the Jamaican team. Why? Because we use short, fast players and he stall and holds up the ball. You understand what I mean? We should know the profile that we want of the players in the different positions, because there should be a clear thing out there. And that comes down to the coach and the technical committee. Primarily down to the coach. Like
who's the technical committee?
The technical committee is, I think, Rudolph Speed, I think Downswell probably heads it up. But that's it. Like, right? Like, I mean, so when I play football, my coach always says, listen, come by my nickname. They say, Beanie man. They just call me Beanie man when I play. They say, Beanie man, this is what we want from you. Or Beanie, this is what we want from you. And he always had this, this is Coach Bender. Christopher Bender, they call him Lulu. Coach is at Camperdown High School. He always, because he was a Camperdown pastor, he always have these papers and say, all right, listen, this when you go here, you understand this? And he gets out his tactical board and he puts stuff and then he says, all right, and he shows me about the paper. His assistant coach had those things as well. So Ryan, listen, I knew those things. Back in the days, people never used to have those things. They used to have what you call blackboard work, right? And maybe when you were younger, Ryan, they would say, listen, you're going to blackboard. In other words, the coach bring in a room and everything they use in chalk and the blackboard in schooling and write up on it, because they never had tactical boards. But every player understood clearly what was required of them. Like, that has to be the case with our national team. Like, I guarantee you, if you ever got into the ear of Leon Bailey, I am sure that if you ask him, Leon, what is the expectation of the coach from you in the national setup?
Play some ball.
Well, ask Shamar, ask somebody to tell you what is coach expectation of you in terms of play when you're out here in the position that you play. I'd love to know how many players know what that is.
I think at the moment, if you look at the team performance, not just at the Gold Cup, but also obviously at the World Cup qualifiers, it's unrecognizable. So you can't really put a finger on it. And if we can't pick up on it as a fan base, then I trust that the players are probably in the same position as us. But let's try and do a quick throwback. Let's go back into the last decade. And let's look at that partnership between Darren Mattocks and Giles Barnes. Will the both of you fan of that particular partnership? Because those two, Lord, when they were on the pitch together, it was just problem. They brought that element of excitement. They brought that good vibes, and also goals came their way as well. So, who in this current crop of Reggae Boyz can try and give us that partnership, hands down, that we so desperately need up top?
John Barnes and
Giles Barnes and Darren Mattocks. First of all, were you fans of that particular partnership?
Yeah, it was a good partnership because one player can hold up the ball properly and the next player can run off him shoulder. This is why I want Jamal Lowe to be in the team. Jamal Lowe is a very good second striker. He can run off Shamal Nichols and make impact. Or Mikel Antonio. Any one of them start up top.
I think that team also had Garrett McCleary. I think Garrett McCleary was on
McCleary.
Yeah, he was involved.
Yeah, he was involved as well. Yeah, very good team.
Very Manning's excitement was just out
Aston
the
inside
window.
the midfield.
Austin was in the midfield as well. Rudolph Austin, yeah. That was a very good team.
Yeah, very, very exciting team. Stayed up late nights as I do now with both the girls
Yeah.
team and the boys team just to catch a glimpse of them. But under Winfred Schaefer, like I said, that partnership up top was just like so pleasing on the eye. So who do you think can give us that partnership?
Like, you mean in terms of a coach? our, our, was it really the players, or was it the influence of the coach? Maybe that is what we need to ask.
It's a combination of both. You know what they say, one hand can't clap, so it goes hand in hand,
I
doesn't
think a
it?
lot of that had to do with the coach that we had. I think Winifred Schaefer um,
Was
was
you a
a.
fan of Winfred? Because I was a
I think
fan, but I
I think he was. I think he's a way better coach than Theodore Whitmore,
uh-huh.
and so he would be better able to get more out of a bad team than Whitmore would. In other words, I think if he had this team, he probably would get way more out of them, and would probably have a clear identity, which is part of the problem. However, I will say this: one of the things that he never had is the kind of loyalty to him that Whitmore has with some of the players. I,
Interesting.
I think
Interesting.
I think one of the things that, because he was, like, let me say it this way, he was an outsider coming in. Whitmore is an insider for these players, so
Mm-hmm.
he's connected to them in probably different ways, and so they are so loyal to him that they will play for him even if they don't think he's the best coach, because their loyalty is to him. I don't think Schaefer enjoyed that, but he had good players like Wes Morgan leading that team, and Murray. He had good players, but he never had that loyalty.
I think it's an interesting observation, but I think he got the balance right.
Yeah,
With
yeah,
overseas based players, and I guess if you want to separate the two, I don't think we should. But
yeah.
locally based players, overseas players, Jamaican born players, and so on. I think he got the balance right, and with getting that balance, you had
Why?
that
Because he
element.
wasn't. That's what I'm saying. He wasn't rewarding loyalty.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I think the problem with our present coach is that because players are loyal to him, his payback to them is being loyal to them at
Mm-hmm.
the expense of the team. I think being balanced.
Yeah.
That's one of my observations.
Yeah, I have to pause you for a moment,
Yeah.
because they've got a superstar that's joining us. So I'm about to add him to the stream. It's Mr. Halftime TV himself. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you? You're upselling me a bit.
It's a star-studded lineup. Ryan LFC, Manning's FC, and we've also got Halftime TV as well. So it's a stellar lineup.
It's a good afternoon to talk football as usual.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's ever a bad afternoon to talk football, really. But again, interesting stuff. I've been listening to you guys. I
Mhm.
actually didn't even realize until Ryan sent me just now, because he had reached out early and said he wanted me to stop by, and
Yeah.
I was here waiting to see him go live, but I didn't realize that we were over by Talawa TV today. But it's always a good time. And keep up the good work, by the way. I'm an avid follower of your channel.
Thank you. Thank
Mhm.
you. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. I definitely appreciate the support, and it will most certainly be returned.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
So,
Anytime.
Mr. Manning, sorry
Yeah.
about the
Hey,
interruption.
listen, when the All
Please
Star comes in,
continue.
it's okay for me to stop, man, and just give the All Star the floor. So go ahead, All Star.
So we were actually touching on Winfred Schaefer. So I guess I could ask you the same question. I could just backstep just a little bit and ask, was you a fan of that Giles Barnes and Darren Mattocks partnership? And also, what did you make of Winfred Schaefer? Because me and Mannings were discussing that Schaefer got the balance right in the last decade in terms of professionalism, creative players, getting players who were hungry, that made the fan base excited. So what do you make of that?
First of all, if we're to go by names that Schaefer had, he probably didn't have the top names, the names that would pop out at you. But he had an idea of how he wanted to play, and he got those pieces ticking. The difference we're seeing now with Theodore is he has a bunch of top names, but he's falling short whenever it gets to that point where he needs to get them ticking. So one could argue, whoever it is, if you like football and if you consume football on a weekly or daily basis, you understand that the top names don't oftentimes mean you're the top team. And we're seeing it with PSG now. We saw it with Leicester City a few years ago. They didn't have the top names. They didn't have the names that stood out, the names that would walk into any team. But as a team, as a unit, they made it work. And whether it be the system or the coach's ideas or the coach's philosophy, it meant that whenever they went out on the field of play, they knew what their objective was. They knew what was expected of them. And each individual on that park knew what their role as an individual was and what their contribution to the team was. So I think that's the difference with what Schaefer brought and what we're seeing with Theodore Whitmore now. With Theodore, he's relying heavily on individual brilliance most of the time. And in contrast to Schaefer, where it was actually a team. So whatever we got, it was a team. And we don't get me wrong, we had the moment of brilliance every now and then where someone like a Darren Mattox would pop up and give you something that would wow you and would get you on the edge of your seat. But as a unit, it operated better and it was more cohesive for the most part. But that's my opinion.
Difficult to disagree with you. Mannings, I'll allow you to continue, and thank you for being patient.
Yeah, man. I also said halftime TV and Ryan that part of the challenge that Tapa has is that he has been honoring loyalty more so over performance. And I think when Schaefer came in from the outside, there was no loyalty to any group or particular player. Like he came with that freedom to just select who we believe would be best for a system. And I think, yeah, this whole loyalty thing, I think, with Tapa. I remember I said to people that the first day I heard one of the players coming out and saying that the reason why we're signing this contract is because we spoke to the coach. I said that this is going to be a conflict down the road. It's going to be a conflict because if I decide that I'm not going to play football again and you convince me to come and play, you convince me based on a promise you probably made to me. And so I expect you to honor that.
True. Before Ryan kicks in, because I know Ryan has something to say on this, and he oftentimes is very passionate on the topic. So I'm going to get my 2 cents in before Ryan takes the floor. You spoke about coming in from the outside, and I think that's a very valid point as well, because a lot of the top clubs we see where they've opted for the emotional aspect of it, wherein they hire managers who have played for the club. Example, I'm a big fan of Chelsea. I think Talo is a fan of Arsenal TV, of Arsenal, Ryan of Liverpool. And these managers who come in, it's more on emotions rather than anything else. And if you come in based on the emotional aspect of it, as we saw with Frank Lampard at Chelsea, he came in, he went to Derby County and he took 2 loanees, and then he came into the Chelsea setup and he stuck by those loanees who, in my opinion, they weren't the best options available to us at the time. No, that ultimately led to his demise. So one could actually say then, based on that level of loyalty that you spoke about just now, that may eventually and ultimately lead to Theodore Whitmore's demise. Or probably it is the reason why the team isn't being maximized as things stand right now. Because personally, I don't think Theodore Whitmore is getting the best out of the players at his disposal as we're seeing now. There are too many top quality players in the Reggae Boyz setup for us to be struggling against the likes of Panama and a depleted Mexico side, regardless of what you want to say.
And for you, Mr. Ryan LFC, what do you make of that? What's been said?
Yeah, for me, win for Schaefer, much better coach and coach with me. No secret to that. As your halftime said, he said it all. I don't need to say much on it. What he said about loyalty, sometimes it can affect you and sometimes it will work for you. But with more, man, sometimes, man, sometimes you have to just move away. If you're not, I mean, no, bro. Last word for that, yo. Never know me the last word for that, but a person, so, bro. I respect him, but You know what I mean? It's just I just wish Winford Schaefer have the opportunity to coach some of these players we have now. I think he would have gone much far away. Would have go farther than what we're supposed to expect it.
Yeah,
Just
but
quality player. And
yeah, there's a place.
I just tired of Whitmore now, man.
But I think though there's a place though that loyalty is important because most coaches, and I've seen Mourinho do this at the club level where he will travel to different clubs and he brings certain players along. I think this guy called Matic that's at Manchester United. He
Matic,
actually right
Nemanja Matic.
he actually moved him from
Chelsea.
Chelsea.
Well, he bought him from Benfica when he took him
Right.
to Chelsea the first time.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And then he went to Manchester. I brought him because that is important. But there is a place that it can't bring you. It brings it to a certain level, and part of leadership is knowing when to transition from loyalty to honoring performance. And I think, like I've always said, part of Whitmore, I don't question a man's tactical ability or technical ability. What I'll say is that you haven't managed well, because part of management is understanding when things are changing and change with things. And I think by now you should have realized that the players that I'm loyal to, maybe they are just Gold Cup finalists. But to bring me to the World Cup, I need additional quality. And I still think that's the transition that he's not making.
Bro, bro, the man is just a boat. All right, look at this, bro. As we say, manage. He don't
One
manage.
one one one. Ryan has like half a dozen videos on Theodore Whitmore. You can check them out on Ryan LFC. Yeah. So if he's tired, it's understandable. Like he's been venting his concerns for quite
Yeah,
some
bro.
time.
Before the World Cup, bro, my sister from the Gold Cup were in a problem, bro, because every time we play, the man get old tactics. You understand? When we need the team for help, sometimes we need help, bro. I'ma call up on my wife, bro. She help me. You understand? Put me in her chest and say, "Be everything going to alright." We nah see that from Whitmore. We nah see that from Whitmore when the team need him to give the player them that boots. We nah see it, brother. You understand? So most of the time we lost the back on the sideline as a coach, bro. You understand? Everybody out tackle. Whitmore take long for react. Whitmore, when you know a good coach, bro, he always try to make the first change. Whitmore always a react. Same thing with the JFF. When I say something bad about them, oh, no go son, they reacted all the time. Reacted. What about you attack? Why you attack the pro? Why you have to always react all the time? Just tell them, bro.
And it shows in how we play as well, Ryan. It shows in how we play. We're always reactive when it comes to football and never proactive. And we break it down and we look and we say, okay, Jamaica has a very strong team. And regardless of the opposition that we're up against, we look at it, and if we're to go player by player comparison, and I like to say this over on my channel, football isn't played on paper, but sometimes the names that are popping out at you when you look at that sheet, it's remarkable to think that we're going into these games on the back foot when we're supposed to be going in on the front foot, and it's solely down to the coach. And I know it's going to take a whole lot for some of us to change our minds when it comes down to the coach, but probably a World Cup qualification. If he qualifies for the World Cup, Ryan, that changes your mind.
Qualify for what?
For Qatar 2022. I won't even go 2026.
The only way we qualify, brother, is going to be to the coach, bro. Bro,
Okay.
look at Chelsea. They look so terrible.
No. Chelsea don't look terrible. I don't.
Before Lampard come in, bro. Lampard did it, bro. The man might go back way, bro.
I don't want it to bring too much attention on my team, Ryan. I have Manchester City early tomorrow morning, so let me continue going under the radar.
Yeah, you know what? Let me say something, right? Because I see, I think Lucy and Block. I like to read the comments because, and I've never I don't think it is wise to like remove the coach like today with a match coming up until I understand that. And right, I understand that idea about probably removing someone without having a replacement in place and can't afford. I understand that, and that's a very reasonable discussion to be had. But let me say this. Let me just use. I like using examples. So say I have like all the teeth in the front of my mouth are all rotten, and the longer they stay in, is the worse the others get. But I can't afford a denture right now. What do you think I should do? Take them out and let them stay and destroy the rest, or take them out, save the rest until I can afford the denture? That's what I'd ask.
What an analogy.
That's what I'd ask O'Shane and leave it at that.
What an analogy. Well put.
Virgin,
Well put.
this thing after before me give you take it over, but after this thing where people are say yo we cannot. You know, it's a team of 10 more game, brother. And the man them fire the manager for try get something.
Well, Tottenham Hotspur fired Jose Mourinho before the final. You know? The
All
only
right.
chance of silverware in the last 8 to 10 years, and they fired Mourinho before the final. So I don't know. I don't know. It's heading in the direction, but are we brave enough though? Because I like to think of the Jamaica Football Federation as being um, less of a risk taker. And again, it shows from the organizational aspect of it coming straight down to the managers and all of that. It shows that we're not that brave to take risks. Most of the managers that we opt for are proven, with the exception of obviously Theodore Whitmore, who one may argue that it's not even about risk, it's about being able to afford. You get what I'm saying? So had it been a case where we were able to afford someone else, probably Theodore Whitmore wouldn't have had a job now, right? We have so many bright young managers in Jamaica, yet it's almost as if okay, these guys aren't even considered because Theodore Whitmore is there and we don't have anybody and we can't afford anybody else. But come on, like I know they didn't play for Jamaica, they didn't take us to a World Cup, and they don't have that backing on their resume. But there's so many bright young managers in Jamaica right now that I off the top of my head I can think of 4 or 5 that I know are tactically versed, and they actually have an idea of how to put things on the chalkboard. Because a lot of coaches, you know, they don't know how to put it on the chalkboard before they actually send you out on the field of play. You know? And now they don't even have chalkboards anymore. It's just a whiteboard that they use the markers. So when I used to play, the coaches used to go on the chalkboard and they used to say, okay, this is how the tactics work and this is what is expected. And you get it's all circles and X's and arrows. But again, are we in that place where we know that okay, we can call on this manager? It's a level of bravery and the willingness to take risks, and I think that's why we tie it back to the loyalty again. That's why Theodore Whitmore has stuck to the loyalty. The players that are proven and tried and tested. That's why Tyreek McGee is finding it hard to break into this team, even though we don't have any creative competence in the middle of the park. You get what I'm saying? We have so many of these youngsters, and it's almost as if they can't make it into the team until they have they're playing for a big MLS team or they're playing for an English Premier League team. If Leon Bailey hadn't gotten into Bayer Leverkusen and even Aston Villa, no, do you think he would have been playing for Jamaica with all the ability that he has? So again, we're waiting on these players to establish themselves first before we put them into the fray. Jude Bellingham at 17 years old, he was playing for England at the Euros. 17. You get me? Erling Haaland. Do you think Jamaica will be willing to pull one of these youngsters who are playing schoolboy football or even playing in the Premier League? Because I'm watching Jamaican Premier League now, and Okwesi Chong, these youngsters, they are fantastic, and this is Jamaica's top league, and these players, they're playing fantastic football. Why not give them the opportunity? And ties back, we're unwilling to take risks because we want to stick with those who are proven and tried and tested.
I mean, do you think the reason why quite a few of the fan base, I guess maybe you could say the majority of the fan base is saying, or actually not the majority, because a lot of the fans want him gone, but say, yeah, the minority are saying that there is no need or there is no point in changing the head coach at the moment because from top to bottom we are just so rotten. So yes, we would like a club at Arsenal. You go through that honeymoon period where everything is rosy and rainbows in the sky and all of that. But then inevitably, the true colors or the cracks start to reappear. Do you think that's the reason why people are saying that at this present moment in time, there is just no point in changing the head coach because the same issues will reappear somewhere down the line, whether that's a new head coach coming in, taking us over the line and qualifying for the World Cup, getting us to the World Cup, but what happens after that? Do you think that's the reason why some fans are saying, you know what, there's really no point in doing that. Let's just see through this qualifying campaign and then go on to the new building process.
And that this is why now vision is important, because you have to ask, who gives us a bet? What is our short-term goal? It is to qualify for the World Cup. It is not to develop football. It's not to is not to have the best Premier League in the world. Right now, the goal is to qualify for the World Cup. Right? So let's say that. That's what we want to do. The next step now is that what are the best things that we do that we need to do or we can do to get to the World Cup? And then who are the best persons to be a part of that? So we have to know, like, is it that we want to develop football? If we want to develop football, then, like, listen, that's 10 years from now. The short-term goal is to qualify for the World Cup. If the short-term goal is to qualify for the World Cup, who is the best person? Like right now, who is the best person? Is it Tapa? Is it someone else? And who is that someone else? And who are the best persons to be a part of that process? It has to start right there. And like before you make the change, you have to ask that. What is the goal? Maybe it's not to go to the, maybe we all have it wrong. Maybe their goal is not to go to the World Cup.
Manning's man.
That's just ludicrous. Sorry, Rai, but I mean, why? Why would that not? I get what you're saying because performance would sway towards what you've just said, but it's just ridiculous. That basically, in long story short, is what you're saying is they have no ambition, right?
I'm saying, all right, so the goal, Crystal, is we want to go to the World Cup. You have to ask yourself, are the decisions that we are making now, the persons we have in place, are they fit enough and good enough to give us the desired result? And if the answer is no, and you can't, and you're not replacing them, then I have to question if you really want to fulfill the vision that you have. You understand what I mean? If I say I want to build a house, say I want to build a house, and you say to me, you need to buy 100 blocks. And I'm saying, well, I am not buying 100 blocks. Would you believe I want to build a house? No, because I'm not willing to do what it costs to build a house.
So it's interesting that you've said that. Rai, I'll allow you to continue the conversation, and then I'll just add to what Mannings has just ended on.
Oh, yeah, allow me? No,
yeah.
Can't.
You want to go, or do you want me to add to what Mannings has just said?
Add to you, man, and then I'll pick it up back from you.
You've ended on something that's quite interesting, and it actually ties in beautifully in my next point that I was going to put to you guys. So some games ago, I can't remember if it was in the Gold Cup or at the start of the World Cup qualifiers, I said to Coach Tapa, do you feel that you have been provided with the right tools for success? And his response was, unsurprisingly, I guess you could say, is he said yes. Now, do you see that as him not being transparent? And the reason why he's not transparent is because he's got that love or relationship with the federation. And if he isn't as transparent as he should be, then how much does this harm his legacy?
I don't sorry for him because he's shielding them. If Tapa come out and say, listen, fans, I'll be real with you guys. I'm not allowed to do certain thing. I'm not in full control. Just like he said, you don't know most of these UK-based players coming. You don't know. You understand? So, for me, I'm giving top of the whip. Talk to us as the fans. You understand? He keeping shielding the JFF all the time. Yeah, I'm getting the right stuff. Everything will fine. Everything will be. He's like an Arteta, bro. He's a Arteta, bro. He don't want to talk against the system.
I think, and I think Mannings will back me on this. There was a time where Arteta was saying one or two things, particularly in his early years, early months at Arsenal. He did speak out against the board in his own unique way. I think the better person to compare Tapper to in terms of that blinded protection is possibly Arsene Wenger, because no matter how you bang on Arsene Wenger's door saying speak the truth, let us know what's going on from the fan standpoint, he never did it. He pretty much stood up and just took all the blame, and I think that's what you're seeing with Tapper, that you're not gonna get an honest answer out of him.
How do we know that I think what Ryan is saying and I am saying is that is it that maybe it is an honest answer? Because we're
there you go. Yeah.
It could be an honest answer that everything he has asked for, he has been given.
Yeah, that's true.
And if that is the case, this is where I'm saying that something is wrong. Because again, if the federation says we want to build a house, and you hire a mason, say the federation is going to build a house, right? You hire a mason. The mason is Tapper, the coach, right? And he's not doing the work. And he says, you do an interview with him. Why the man hired you to build the house, you're not doing it? Has he given everything to build the house? Yes, he has given me everything to build the house, but I'm not building the house. Listen, the owner of the house need to fire the person. So if you're not, something is wrong. If he's telling the truth, then something is wrong. And if he's lying, then either way, it can't be good for you to be telling that you have everything you need when you don't. It doesn't help you.
Bro, from the Gold Cup till now, him get every single thing.
You hear that now, Talawa? So here's where he say that
from the Gold Cup, he get every single thing in the Gold Cup when him asks the federation for. Seeing? In the World Cup qualify, him get every single thing. He's the one who come up with this private plane travel because of the COVID situation. He don't want the team to go through a lot of problem and to lingering on their foot. I really, really appreciate that. You understand? I appreciate that, Mannings man. But he get everything. He can't complain, say him not get none. He get everything in this store to get the job done. Right? He get everything. He get every single thing, brother. No more excuse for the man, bro. See, the UK government eased the COVID situation. They say it's going to be 5 days. So leading up, if they come on Sunday and the game going to play on next weekend, there's a possibility that they're going to quarantine in the club by themselves, and the Saturday they probably change. They probably play available for the team. So no more excuse, say half of the team there in Jamaica and then the next half in Mexico. You're going to have everybody together. And if you don't get 6 points, brother, JFF, we're not going to the World Cup. You have to, although you're going to be in debt, you have to at least try. Try. God not help nobody if them help themselves, bro. The man them not try. Them have to try. Even finish out the campaign with Paul Hall, but Tapper should not finish out the whole entire 14 game as a head coach.
Yeah. All right. I'll just hear that feedback. Yeah. All right. So I'll just take this one, and then I'll go, right? So
okay.
I always say this, right? Because the person is saying that if the players are hungry and stuff. I'll say this. When the players come to Jamaica, they stay in 2 places. Either at an all-inclusive hotel or a place that provides meals that are paid for. So if the players are hungry, they have chosen not to eat. But when the players are in Jamaica, they normally stay. They are at the Ultimate Court Hotel that provides breakfast. As far as I know, I don't know, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Right?
Man, is it the proper food? This rice and peas and chicken and oxtail now go work.
No, man. So what is it? So I mean, I'm telling you because what I'm saying to Ryan, because remember now you have persons who are vegans and stuff. So I can talk about the World Cup qualifiers, because for the World Cup qualifiers, And that's why I was saying earlier that all of these details need to be taken away before. So all of those details and stuff were provided. I am saying that there may be cases where players don't eat, but it cannot be because food is not available. Because you're in a all inclusive. And if you pay for all inclusive, there is food available. What may happen is that you may not want to eat the food that is available.
Yeah, but
So,
management.
no, man, no,
Well,
because
on the
again,
management,
no,
they
Ryan,
should
so,
get all inclusive.
yeah,
What the Reggae Boys should have, they're supposed to have cheese chef by
yeah, man,
themselves.
but they have a chef. That's what I'm saying that. So they have a chef. So no,
But
man,
well, on the management,
no, man, I'm going to.
no, we are going to play where I eat rice and peas and chicken,
No,
brother.
man,
That's
no, man.
ridiculous, bro. That's
No, man,
too
no, man.
heavy, man.
No, man, Ryan, watch me now. That's not the point I'm making because somebody's saying that the players, because you were saying that Coach Whitmore has gotten everything. So then Jason said, how players should play on hungry belly. So obviously, he says, obviously, him not get everything. They're not getting everything they want because you were saying that they get everything. So I'm saying that to use this to say that Whitmore don't get everything he want is wrong. We can't. I'm saying to Jason that Jason, you can't use that to say Whitmore don't get everything him want because food was provided. So what Ryan and I are saying is that he got everything that he wanted. He got everything that he wanted, and that must be weighed in the balance in terms of his job.
Yeah, you get private jet.
Yeah, that's a tricky one because he obviously didn't get one of the main important ingredients, which would have been preparation. Again, first game
What kind of
against
preparation, Talawa? Man have been
preparation
get Japan
in the
game. The man get Jap. How much preparation him need? He must
Ryan.
get a lot of
We've had
game.
this conversation before,
World
and
Cup
I'll
the same
link.
thing.
Carry
Talawa.
on.
He get preparation for the Gold Cup. He is the manager. He's supposed to, if he see Mikel Antonio fit in him system, the federation and them to come together and make sure that the passport ready in time. Me know why you want a preparation.
No, you have to hear about the
No,
preparation.
but over the
preparation-
years since him has been in the job, he should prepare for this time.
Yes, but the preparation is one of the key factors as to why we did not perform well. Like I said to you before in many conversations, before the start of every season, what do you have? You have pre-season. What is pre-season? That is preparation.
So,
why? Because the players have not seen each other in an extended length of time, so they need to get reintroduced with each other. They need to familiarize themselves with each other. So when you say you don't want to hear preparation, I heavily disagree because that is no doubt one of the key factors as to why we did not perform well. When you have a team like Mexico, first game, opening World Cup qualifier, we've had a string of training session, 2 or 3 training sessions, and we only had one on the eve of the game. You cannot say that did not play a role in us losing that match, because it did. Preparation is key.
So, is it Canada get the same time as us? America get the same time as us? Mexico get the same time as us? We at Jamaica.
Right.
Hold on, we tell her what. We at Jamaica at the time. What the JFF had do? Seen? They should have left out to Mexico long time, because they almost all of the play them in Jamaica.
And that's what I'm saying, right? That's why I said preparation is key. You've just basically said what I've been saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying that you should have prepared yourself. You did not prepare yourself. And you don't prepare yourself, there's only going to be one outcome, which is failure. No?
No, I agree with you, man.
But you just said it. You just said that they should have left out for the Mexico
Yeah, but
game.
that a 1.5. Him have the Panama and him have the Costa Rica game.
It's still all preparation. There's a knock-on effect. There is an obvious knock-on effect. That's something that cannot be denied.
Yeah, but
doesn't matter what you think of the
some
coach,
team
doesn't
get
matter whether
cheap
you
to
rate
prepare
his
for one
coaching
game.
abilities.
Right. Some team get prepared for one game in the World Cup qualifier. They chain one, they travel one, and they play one. They have one training session, then they fly on the second day, and the third day is the game.
Yeah, but we're not talking about them. We're focusing on our team. We're focusing on our team and our
No, 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 no,
results
no,
in
no.
the
This
in
is
the
what I'm
opening
saying. This is what I'm saying.
qualifiers so far.
This is what I'm saying. Most of the team get the same time we get.
Mexico didn't get the same. When you say same time, like elaborate, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, they at home, so they don't have to travel. So the day when Mexico don't, when we have to travel, Mexico training. So
How many
the
times did they
particular,
train though, as a collective? How many times did these teams train as a collective?
most of them, if most of the Mexico player them, they probably train probably about 4 times.
That's what I'm saying though, right? That's exactly what I'm saying to you.
Canada get 4 days.
That's what I'm saying.
Canada get 4 days. We get the 4 days too. Without Jamaica and the man them, this is what me I say. The coach, me I put all of the pressure. The man them come at Jamaica and the man them, they all over the place. I buy KFC and the man them, they all over do that. While them
But that's a
supposed to.
separate issue though. What I'm trying to say
No,
to you
it
is
come because it coach, the response to the coach. He's supposed to, all right, Talawa, you come into Canada. You come in to play for me. I am the coach. And I'm saying to you, Tala, when you come off that plane, you're coming straight on the pitch. Where is all of these structure with the coach? It's starting down to the coach. When you tell a man to come and play for the national team, is the coach. And this thing about JFF, they are not on the pitch. Him on the pitch. Him me I blame for everything. You are the leader of this organization. As bad as thing, you have the president, but he have the leader. He is the man. He is the man who running the football. He have every saying. Oh, he want the team. Just like the other day, a couple years ago when I Jamaica, them say, "Is no way on earth player coming to the national team and don't fit. We need to put a strategy to that. Is no way a player can left from all the way at England, and when him come to Jamaica, he sit down at the hotel 2-3 days. While we should have a bubble. They're coming into the bubble, everybody coming in, they're coming into one. I will chain. Remember,
but is
the
that
JFF
not
have
part
all
of preparation though, right? Which is obviously what I've
the
been
coach,
asking you.
the coach should
Yeah, but it's
be
still
responsibility.
preparation. I'm not
But-
saying that the coach
But
is
tell her,
not
remember,
part
you know,
of
we're
preparation.
on the same page now, but what may I say? The same time what Canada have to prepare for that game, right? At the same time we get to. So what's the difference?
But I'm not saying that's not Tapa's fault or that's Tapa's fault. I'm saying one of the reasons why we failed to deliver in the last qualifying window is because of our lack of preparation. I'm not disagreeing with you and saying that Tapa hasn't delivered or Tapa hasn't failed or whichever way you want to put it. I'm just saying that one of the main issues as to why we failed was because of our lack of preparation. Now you're saying that you don't agree with that, and I'm kind of confused as to why you wouldn't agree with the lack of preparation being one of the main causes as to why we had poor results.
So losing that, so to your knowledge, losing that game to Mexico, lack of preparation.
Part of the reason, Ryan. It's part of the reason.
No,
yes,
it's
that's not something
part
that
of
can
the
just
reason.
be
The coach make
dismissed.
one bad change. The coach make bad change and mess me up.
Part of the preparation, Ryan.
No,
Part
tell her
of the
we play
preparation
with
going
defense
into the
properly in
game.
that game. The coach make a dumb mistake. Why me know make a dumb mistake? Me get information. This is why Jevan Watts back in the team. As a leader, you don't listen to me on social media or YouTube. With more pay attention too much and backlash. If he bring Jevan Watts from day one and say, yo, he's one of my soldier, no matter what the press saying, I know, I believe in him, and he can get the job done in the first 10 minutes. What I heard, allegedly, because me on your channel now and put you in a trouble. What I heard, he said, if he have Jevan Watts in that Mexico game, he don't lose that game.
Okay, he's
So
I'm
what-
guessing he's putting that down to players that he can trust in
Yes.
his
But
observation.
guess what? The reason why him don't bring Jevan Watts from day one is because he's afraid of public backlash.
But would you have wanted him to bring Watson into the team, or would you have said, "Where are you going with
I,
Watson?"
I
Because
will I will say
a lot of the fans have said that they don't want Watson in the team because of his
the
age,
team
right?
pass Watson. The team pass Watson. But who I am high? Who am high? And the rest of people them down in the comment section for telling national coach, listen, I believe in that man here, and me I stick with that man here. That man here I go get the job done. Now listen to fans nice. We are here for just talk and hype up on this. You understand? So how comes you're worried about public backlash? So what he do? He
Crumbling
go back
under
for
pressure. But I'll go
yes,
back.
but that man say, yo, as a coach, you have to be strong.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be strong. You have to be strong. You know, business what people are saying, yeah, coach a team, you're the man. That's why more when the man make a decision, him 100%.
Yeah, not many can disagree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. Again, if you go back into that Mexico game, if your memory serves you well, before quarter of an hour was played on the clock, what was happening to our players, particularly players in the defense? Players were going down with cramps, no? They were
So,
going down to with cramps, right? And that was down to a fitness issue, right? The fitness is links to the preparation, right? Or no?
when you go down in cramp, it can mean you're not drinking enough water.
Is that not part of preparation? Diet, ensuring that the players have the right diet.
Yeah, but that's why
Preparation doesn't necessarily mean, Ryan, having the necessary training session. It's not just about the training session, and you know this because you're somebody who works out, somebody who has in-depth football knowledge. So it's not necessarily just about the training sessions per se.
yeah, but it come back down to the coach. That mean no,
Ryan, you're being very stubborn. You're being stubborn.
no, man.
Preparation is part of the reason why we
Yes,
failed
I
to deliver
agree.
in the last.
I agree and I disagree. Let me put that in here. I
You're
agree and I
disagreeing.
disagree.
No. Hold on. You're
I
disagreeing because
agree.
it's Tapa. And that's the issue here. Y'all play games. You're disagreeing because it is Tapa. And that's it.
No, man, Talawa. I tell you the truth, Beji. Me just this man.
Oh, God.
Remember, when you are calling national team, you're supposed to watch the player them, right?
Yeah.
Either you're not at the stadium, but you watching many games. So you know the player them in condition.
Uh-huh.
How comes you call up a player who I get? Um, every player who we are call up right now, they're supposed to fit.
Mm-hmm.
They're supposed to fit playing week in, week out for their club team. You're not supposed to call up a man when I play for him club team. No, seriously, why you call a
You
bench man?
contradict yourself in Ryan. That's why I'm laughing. You contradict yourself
Do I?
because you know why. I'm not gonna say it. You know why. You contradict yourself with that one. But I'm gonna let that one slide and
No,
allow
me I
you to
say as a
continue.
national coach,
Huh?
as a national team, what the criteria that England use all the time, Gareth Southgate say you have to play. You have to be a Jordan Henderson where Jordan Henderson is a player that we're going to play. Whether I'm going to play or not because they have that experience. But some of our Jamaican player them, all me I say Talawa, all me I say still the coach not ready. Team outgrow him and me said that before even the Gold Cup finish. We are both it. When the team want a goal, Tapa Whitmore will give the team it. No, he's a boaty man. Tapa is a boaty. He's a boaty.
I feel like when I mention or whenever anyone mentions Tapper, that kind of just sends you into another dimension.
Yeah, because he's the man. Me strongly believe even if all my coach Karu me have that team, I'm the better.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you know the next thing when me talk about when me say yo, all right, what we can use our next Jamaican coach. Hear the people them. Them not have the experience. But me I say this is the same thing where affecting me leave school. Just leave school. And when me go, for bring in my resume to the company. Do you have work experience? Me just leave school. Oh, I'm going to have work experience. I'm just leave school. Give me the job and me get experience. I'm wrong or I'm right? You get experience on the job. Most of us, when you leave school, these man are tell man about experience. What kind of experience you need? You just leave school. I'm wrong or I'm right?
But
You get
Ryan,
experience on the job.
Ryan. Backtrack, right? So what you're saying is you would be in favor of a inexperienced manager taking over the team, or maybe I just
Or we have a man who have experience and him is a boaty.
Yeah, but you can't then go and try and cut off your nose just to spite your face.
No, Talawa. People have said the local coach they're good, but they don't have the experience. So may I say, oh, you're going to give them the experience.
Okay. So there's what you're saying is they're in favor of local coaches, but not so much because they don't have the experience.
Yes.
So one way of giving them that experience, surely you would send them overseas for them to get the necessary first-hand experience, that exposure to the European way of doing things. Because no disrespect, the way we do things in Europe is completely different to where we do
Yeah, but
things
Tapa not
at
going
home.
overseas to get an experience.
Ryan, why would you want to, no disrespect to locally based players, but if you yourself are saying that they are inexperienced, why would you want them to take charge of the national team? Why would you want to take that risk knowing the mess that we're currently in? Help me to understand, because honestly, I don't understand. So I'm just asking you, like,
you have better coach. You have better coach than Tapa Whitmore. You have better coach than Jamaica and Tapa Whitmore. Better.
Right. You want me? I think you have some clouded judgment when it comes to Tapa. Tapa get you.
Me not because the man time up. The man time up. Can't go no more longer with that man you're breaching. And when the information on me here this week when I come, I'm say alright. I say alright. People say I make a lot of video on Tapa. I say alright, you know what? I'm gonna use my judgment, and before when the Gold Cup finish, I say not one game may I give this brother. Cause I'm a boaty. This week, I relax, I sit back, and I say alright. Pan it out. I give him 2 more. I give him 2 game. 2 game. 2 game. 2 game I give him. Right? When by the time I make the video, somebody will call me and give me an exclusive. And this is why I made the reason why I go so hard on Tapa. Certain thing will go on in the camp and I put your channel allegedly. I know where you're getting a problem. Me getting a man problem.
Big up Formula Sports. Formula Sports teaching us something. Formula, so when you come on the program, use allegedly. So you have to.
No, I not use that for my channel. I not use. Them have forget. Them have to bombard me. Them have to bombard me. Cause anytime I come, me a fax me attack. He's one who caused a lot of problem allegedly.
Who?
Coach Whitmore.
Okay.
In the team. This problem, when me hear me say yo, me I give the man 2 game. When after when me hear this, allegedly. See? No, Talawa, no man. It's no way these players can just play bad. So everybody, when me turn on my TV and watch him man play, but me I say, what Bobby Reed no look so? But Bobby Reed, Ravel Morris them no look so. If you hear Leon Bailey come out and say, we now have a style of play, what more you want to hear? What more you want to hear when a player come out and say, me go find him. You see when the truth hurt and hit them, at them time, me I tell you, Talawa. No, Talawa, man. Me can't afford this. The thing when I say I give him 2 more games, I not give him no more game. Because the information I want me get. No more I not give him. The man get enough chance. Man, they are around from the national team from 2007. Me nah look no friend. And me nah look no interview. Keep on the interview. Real. Keep on the interview. Me no want it. Keep it. Keep on the interview. No. One national team for go forward. Can't buy the national team with friend and company. That need for stop. When it come on to Whitmore, my judgment, me done with him from after the Gold Cup. Me done with him after the Gold Cup. We come out, we press I, and then the first 30 minutes we play good, we can't keep up to the speed. Bro, me I watch Canada play United States in the Gold Cup, although Canada lose. What Canada do? The first 30 minutes they high press. And they sit back. They you cannot high press for the whole. If you do it in the 45 minutes, in the second half, you're going to run dead. Canada, they high press in the first 15 minutes, in the first 30 minutes, and then they drop back in the next 15 minutes. See, second half, they high press you. And me see we high press. This is me I show you. Corberg run like a headless chicken. When Corberg run and face one of the center back, the press what Corberg do, we not do it as a team. Corberg not supposed to run and go cross from the left hand side to the right hand side to a press a man. No, I watch too much football for sit down and see this crap, man. me I play football so long and I know what's all the teams supposed to play and half the field issue. No, we're not going away with this, bro. Talawa.
I'll take this question. No, don't apologize. You're entitled to share your opinion, and so far you've been respectful, so you don't need to apologize. I'll take this question from Karumi. No, I can't see a turnaround in the next window, but what I am saying is I don't see the sense in saying that you don't believe in Tapa, that Tapa can deliver because he lacks experience or he's not the man for the job, and then in the same breath say that you do not mind a locally based coach who lacks experience from Jamaica taking over the national side, because I'm just like, isn't that just swapping one thing for another? It's like for like. So that's where I stand on that.
Yeah, but
I hope that answers the question.
All of this experience with Tapa get, where him get it? The
Why
manager
do you
the
want
national.
to take that? Why do you want to take another
No,
chance?
but we
Why
give
not
him
try
that.
something new?
No, we give him. They balling so they don't have no money. Which me know a lie them a tell. They just want somebody for control. Because it's no way you ball say you have a main sponsor and the first 3 games spend 110 million Jamaican dollar. I want to take for full. 110 million the JFF spend. Traveling up and down in the first 3 World Cup qualified game. And we could expect we spend 100 million again. You understand? This is joke, man. This is joke. I'm telling you, man. This is joke. We give Tapa the experience by managing the national team, not going overseas. Right? So we are say give a local coach. We don't have the experience. We're better than Tapa. Or him going to get the experience.
There you go, right? There's a comment for you. Dre, any Weather Sports. I see your comment.
Which question is it for me?
Oh, hold on.
When me say Talawa, we give Tapa the experience by making manage a national team. He didn't go overseas to get no coaching to get that experience. When me say, all right, go and go get the experience. Go and go get the experience at England and stuff for Carl Brown get. But I'm saying, give a better coach at Jamaica. We don't have the experience and make him get it on the job if we don't have the money. Oh, yeah, that's something. That Van Duke is better than better than Winford. Dada Van Duki better. He better. Yeah? Neville is better. Jeffrey Maxwell is better. That's 3.
I'm not laughing at you, you know, Ryan. Some of these
What?
comments, I don't know who they are referring to.
More likely probably you, cause me know say 90% of the people them on YouTube agree with me. 99.
Me? Have you know which comment I'm referring to?
Which one?
It's probably close towards the bottom. Is that you?
Oh. Say me pick the team.
Is it you that's picking the team?
Me
Because
not pick the
I'm
team.
not giving a
Bro,
lineup, not a
Jamal
set
Low.
lineup from above.
What going for Jamal Low? Me have a video coming out tomorrow about Jamal Low. I may have a video coming out tomorrow about, you know what? Keep it in my top pocket. So look out for that one tomorrow. Anyway, me just tired of Tapa, brother. We just need a changes, bro. From 2007, nothing.
One thing I'm going to disagree with you on, Ryan, here is that change of guard. I don't think it should be a like for like. I think we should do something different. We've done it before with Winfred Schaefer. And like we said prior to what we're at in this conversation, that we were both fans of Winfred Schaefer. So it has been done before, and we can no doubt replicate that with a foreign coach. So I'm not going to agree with you with getting a locally based coach just to please anyone who lacks experience.
So you're telling me, no, you say, remember, you know, Yan, you say, who better? I never say never bell say I'm interested. May I tell you who better? If a man not interested there, go and make sure, look how much time a man say him now leave Liverpool. And when the agent or Jurgen Klopp sit down with him and say, listen, come, you are the man for the job, come. We not go and show good interest to Neville Bell and say, yo, this is we think Carl Brown better than him. But no, we are going for Carl Brown around come give the man $100 US a week. US a day. How would you take the man for? Joke them a joke, man. Joke them a joke.
I want to hear everyone's opinion on this. For those of you who have just joined the Formula Sports, turn this one up for those at the back for me, please, because people don't understand Winfred Schaefer. I think you, Ryan, and I are on the same page, just like Halftime TV and Mannings as well, with what we think of Winfred Schaefer. I can't believe some people can't see the good that Winfred Schaefer brought to that national side in the last decade in terms of balance, professionalism, trying to achieve that greatness that Mannings and Ryan touched on in the first hour of our conversation. So that's the reason why his name has been resurfaced. Going forward,
my coach asks, what is a role of a national coach?
That's quite broad though, isn't it? That comes down to the job description. I don't know Tapa's job description.
Yeah.
I don't know his job description. What is the role of an assistant coach? When you look at Paul Hall, what does his job description look like? So I think that probably varies from country to country, from club to club. So that's a difficult question to answer. Here we go. Real hope. That's something that I definitely agree with. Real hope, he said, with Winfred Schaefer.
Oh, what do you mean by hope?
Hope. I think that was in terms of what was likely to achieve, what you could achieve under Winfred Schaefer. I think that's just going back to what we said when there was that element of excitement with that balance of players, overseas players, locally based players, and so on. I think that's what he's referring to.
Yeah.
That's not something that you agree with?
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Winfred Schaefer and nobody in my ears, Virgin. Me have one next video for two. Me have two video for the tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna make them tomorrow. I wait for a couple more information and one of them video there. I'm gonna tell you how important some of these man in Tapa with more ears bridging. That's why I say Tapa should walk. Should walk. When you have other people that tell you I interfere in a job, you should walk away from it.
But right, with that bit of knowledge that you have, this is why I'm saying to you that I disagree that we should go down the route of selecting another potential replacement
Yeah,
for
but
Tapa as a locally based coach. Because would
yeah,
you not in the long run get the same outcome because of
yeah,
that
but once they
relationship and that
start to do
blind
that, you
loyalty?
walk. Once you start see them do that, you walk. That's all the local coach might get respect.
So is it your thing that when it comes to the national team, you just want a locally based coach, just period,
No,
full stop?
no, me I say me I work on the budget. Me say me I work on the budget. Me I say if whether we get a foreign coach or we get a local coach, I'm saying if we get a local coach where they can afford, if a local coach get the job and then him have other people in him ears tell him, oh, you have to play this a player, you have to play that a player. You walk away from the job because you're no longer in control. Or when you're signing that contract, you want to let them know you have full control. It's very easy. You think them they can afford a foreign coach, Crystal?
Exactly. That's why I
They
kind of
can.
feel like
They just want somebody to manipulate to do
the
them little
puppet and the
sneaking
master,
thing.
right?
You understand? So
Yeah, I don't think it's a case of them just not having available funds to finance an overseas manager. I think money is there. It's just that pressure isn't being applied. We've seen in the last year what happens when you apply pressure in certain area. You can look at something as simple as the social media platforms. Social media platforms encourage the way they lead up to games, the way they operate on a daily basis. That has changed, and that's down to fans speaking out against them and saying that, you know, when it comes to match day, it's a given that you should be releasing the first team lineups. You should be giving us half-time, full-time scores. And they've actually gone ahead and made those minor changes. So I think the same could be done for the a potential replacement for the next head coach. Don't know when that's going to happen, if that's one in the near future or wherever it might be.
So Crystal,
Mm-hmm.
when we look across world football now and look in Germany where so much successful, they're willing to give young coach a chance to manage in the Bundesliga. You're
Yeah.
telling me that we cannot go to Germany or Denmark and get a coach who we can give him, pay him very well, not over the board. You think them no want to do it? Either them can do it or them just no want to do it.
No, I think that it can be done. It's just a case of them just not feeling that they need to do it because they're not being held accountable for their actions. They fail to deliver. What happens to them? Absolutely nothing.
You know
right?
the next thing too, why I'm disappointed in Tapa?
Mm-hmm.
Me see El Salvador, they coach in the job for 6 months. Look how them playing at the Gold Cup. Look how them start their campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Look on Panama, just get a Danish coach. Not every year him there Panama. And at the Gold Cup, look a bit before the Gold Cup, them get him. And look at them team. Coach make a big impact. Every great team have a good coach will make the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Every great team have a good coach to make the difference. Team are bigger with more man. Jesus Christ, people.
I want to go
Only the
back
blind man.
quickly.
Only the blind man can see that. May I tell you?
I I want to pause for a quick second and turn my attention to the comment section. For those of you who missed our conversation in the last hour or so, what do you guys make of that Giles Barnes and Darren Mattox partnership in the last decade? Were you a fan of it? And also, which tall players do you think can replicate that, or which tall players would you like to see replicate that with the current crop of players that we have? I don't think you've actually given me an answer for that, right? I think you went off to possibly make a phone call or two.
Yeah, man, Miguel, I say a too good partnership because John Barnes could hold up the ball.
Oh yeah. Who did you say could replicate that?
In our team now,
Yeah,
I think Jamalo coming from that side, play as a second
Nicholson,
striker.
positional awareness.
Either Nichols or Mikel Antonio. We can have a very good partnership. I think this is perfect balance for us to have in the front three. Jamalo, either we're going to have Shamal Nichols as the lethal striker, or we have Mikel Antonio or Kemar Roof. No, I would not have Kemar Roof there because I want the two winger, that's Leon Bailey and Jamalo. I need that front man can hold up the ball. So when the ball playing to him, the midfielder play to him feet, he can ability to hold up the ball and to lay it off back, and the left winger or the right winger run into space. I think that's the best way we should go. 3, now 4, 3, 3.
Okay.
So
We've got
the
Mike
balance
here.
is there. The balance is there.
Yeah. We've got Mike here that's saying that he would love to see Darren Mattox and Mikel Antonio up top. It's looking like we're going to see Mattox again next month with the injured Corey Burke. So unfortunate that Corey Burke has picked up an injury. So he's likely to not appear in next month's window because he's reportedly picked up a sprained ankle. So that's looking like that could take some time to heal. So we might not see him.
Talawa. And maybe in the studio.
Mm-hmm.
I respect Darren Mattox. He's 31. When you look at him stats for the national team, perfect. Hands down. And this is what I'm telling you about the front and company in the national team. Why call Darren Mattox? Why? He's not even in our club for 3 months. Good yet. Why you have a player like a Nico Brett playing consistent week in, week out, the best performing player in United States, but yet still he cannot get a call up. Junior Flemings play on the same team with him. He outshine Junior Flemings, right? We have Lamar Walker playing the USL. We have Speedy Williams playing the USL. And we have one of the best on farm and goal scoring ability. Why not call Nico Brett, who has done it for the last 2 years, with him opportunity? Second thing, right? Why not have Andre Gray in the team over a player like no disrespect, very good Javon is in the Jamaican Premier League and in the Costa Rica, but this is levels to the thing. Why not have Jamal Lowe? Why not have Andre Gray? These are the things we need to step away from the friend and company and thing. We need to get away from that. Listen to me, anyway that sports. Whenever that man get him passport, he will play in the team. I will talk about him. If you don't have a Jamaican passport, this is what we need to get away our mindset. Anyway that sports, bro. Can't talk about a man in a World Cup qualifier we don't have a passport as yet. Whenever I'm getting passport, I would play him instead of Jamal Lowe. And for me, he have to come from the bench because all this time, me I try to vision the thing. Everybody probably have it different. Me have a vision where Shamal Nichols is a all-up striker and Mikel Antonio is a all-up striker, right? And Jamal Lowe is a very good natural goal scorer. You understand? So that's how me I look on it still. But as we may say, why go for Darren Mattocks? Darren Mattocks need our money. Hey, may I tell you, a lot of the local players them vex or Mattocks in the team. Them vex.
They're upset that he's not in the team or that he's in the team.
Of course, them vex and upset Mattocks not in the team.
Okay.
Just look on you see the net worth of them on the internet. Oh yeah man, Javon Watts welcome you back in the team. And them no say in them right mind. Why would we want to see Javon Watts at the age of 37 just for play 10 minutes in our team? We have a local youth named Cousin. Yo, sometime more while they hear me talk, tell her why you see, man. You see?
Continue. I'm
I'm frustration, man. I'm vex, man. Seriously. I'm vex because there's no way you're going to call a man like Javon Watts. He has done him time. Fantastic servants to the team. We love him, we respect him. But come on, bro. I watch television, TV. The man... Big Premier League Lions, a blow. And then weeks after him, I represent for Jamaica. You know, so we think a cool more. We're not ready yet. We're not ready for international football. Think me and put my mouth on the ground and talk. For none of them can't do me nothing. A joke thing this. How can we have a man who are playing at Jamaican Premier League and then another week, him in the team? Look on Giovanni's 19 appearance, 1 goal. Andre Gray, 4 appearance, 1 goal. Fight. Sometimes them think people are idiot. Yeah, idiot, brother. Them think man are idiot. Let me tell you this. Giovanni's in the team that not going to surprise me. What's in the team, it not surprise anymore. Darren Mattocks get recalling, it not surprise me anymore. I know who I'm dealing with. When you know who you are dealing with, expect anything. Wrong, I'm right, Talawa.
No, you're right. Predictable.
You understand? Expect. May I tell you.
I want to backtrack a bit, and I'm glad that you brought it up because it's something that I was hoping that we would touch on, and it is Nico Brett. I am dazed and confused as to why he has not received his call up. When he was at his previous club, he was the man. You can call him a club legend when he was at, I believe, Pittsburgh Riverhounds.
Let me tell you what the problem.
Right.
Let me tell you what the problem. A lot of people don't know me and this guy go to school together. You see the 2 goals him score, many times he chip them over me. I come and him just chip them. Routine for Nico Brett. Me and him went to school together, Excelsior. He left before me. He was my captain. And if I were someone who was selfish and I were thinking about Nico Brett all the time, every video I would do, I would talk about Nico Brett. This is not a friend thing. I have many players who I play with in the national team currently. I'm going to let them know, bro. Me not talk about a friend thing, bro. I see it and I speak it how I see it. Nico Brett, the youth supposed to go to college at the time. See? Bam, exclusive this me I go now. You don't get this nowhere else. I should have done that video from a long time. I'm just say, no what? I'm just watch and see. Boom, the youth finish school. Seeing? My coach said to him, say, yo, you have a subject, them youth, you need to go further education. You need to go to college. Seeing? A particular person, the man promised them for play in the Premier League. Seeing? The youth link them and say, yo, listen, you know, say, I'm not about to play in the Premier League. I go further my education, get a degree. Exclusive me I go now. I get my degree and Me a further medication and me see where me can take it from there. You tell them that, oh, who you think, boy, you can style? Who you think you can style? Watch how me I go make up my to your career. You'd end on, move. I'm playing at the USL now. This is why the man can't get a call up.
So basically,
Because
what you say is
the person who the man tell say, yo, may I go further my career. And him promise the purpose say, yo, may I come play for your team. And him end up say, you know what, may I go shuffle back, may I go to school. Is something wrong with that? 10 years after, 15 years after, you still have it over the youth head. Today, man, the man has been played for the under 17, the man has played for the under 20, the man has played for the under 23, and the man make impact. Anything a lie, me I tell. Go and check the youth record. Lego the youth, stop blackball the youth, free up the youth. I not call them name because every time I call them name, them say me I go sue me. And them know who me attack. Them know themselves. Free up the youth and Lego the youth. Stop holding on the youth career. Nothing wrong with the youth. Say, yo, me I go college and me I go get a degree. What if my foot broke? How many football will see where they just put football over school? And when them foot broke, them career done, them not have nothing. Them up on the corner. See them here? See them here, that look special. I drink early as the morning. Free up the youth, man. The youth not do nothing. The youth just promising you and the man say, you know what? The man get a little bit of advice from a couple people and say, youth, go to school. And the youth go America. And then when still have that over the youth, 10 years after, youth can't get a national call up. You understand? Banging goal from last year. Yesterday, I vex. I said, no, can't continue. I make a video about this. Talk Tapa and I talk the JFF. I know them see it.
Yeah, it's outrageous because, like you said, he's pretty much under their nose in terms of player call-ups. When you look at Junior Flemings, both of them are now playing for Birmingham Legion, and you wonder, if Flemings is getting the call-up and they're both doing their job for their current clubs, then how is it that Nico Brett is always overlooked at every given opportunity? This is why I'm saying, Ryan, that I'm not in favor of going down that route of getting that local head coach to come in to take over when Tapa either steps aside or is relieved of his duties, because you're at risk of seeing the same operation repeat itself.
I'm saying in a Talawa, I'm not saying Nico Brett is the answer, but may I say, like when you give Jevan Eats 19 game, and him keep in the team. I'm not saying for come out, but may I say, you give a brother a 19 game, the man is the hottest player in the thing. Just give the youth a chance, most what him can do. Most say, as fans, him no good. You see me I say, Talawa, but the man overshine a lot of the players them we are call up in the USL, but he still are blackmail the youth. Just because the youth say, yo, me I go to college. Was something wrong with that?
I don't disagree with you in the slightest in terms
just
of
may I tell you, just like my two parents them. I win over $1 million Jamaican dollar. And me never give none of them none. I build a house. And up to today them still, oh yeah, wicked boy, and how much thing me still do for them. Nothing in wrong me try to build a house at the age of 18. One of the biggest house I read. My many days I saw brag. But yes, still my parents, them, father and mother still have me feet. Say, me a wicked boy, I make the money, I win the money, I never again. No, but I build a house. Same thing. The man them just leg off for the gatekeeping, bridging, and just free up the youth, them, bridging. Who no fair gatekeep, who no nah gatekeep. Who no put release selling and contract, and who no still a get called up. You too wicked, man, but God nah sleep, man.
It's just that, well, in relation to the parental aspect, it's just that old-fashioned way of thinking. hold on to the past for as long as you can, and your kids shouldn't do better than you. I don't know how that makes sense, but for a lot of Jamaican parents, it makes perfect sense to them. Don't make no sense to me
Boy,
though.
Crystal, more of my youth them do better than me because what
Amen.
they never achieve,
Amen.
yeah, more of them do better than me. When me I grew up, me I play um PE, same shoes that wear come to school, me have to brush it off, clean it off. Now, my kids them have shoes where they wear go to PE and where they wear go to school. PE day, for Wednesday, they wear their white sneakers. You know what I mean? They have different bag women never have. Yeah? More on them for the better. You know, late me get a football boots. My parents never buy me a football boots at all, my father. They never buy me a football boots.
Mm-hmm.
Never. And me, I make sure that everything my son need or my daughter need to play the sports because me I go put them in a football or track and field, whatever. Me I make them in a every sports because me never get the opportunity. And me I try. That's why I mean about send them go to school now the community. Send them out of port. Make them see them I get taxi, bring them go and taxi, pick them up back. So me I try my best. And the youth them a hold on the youth. Lego the youth them, Lego Nico Brett, man. Give the youth a chance, man. Over 10 years, you still have that over the youth.
Yeah, I don't get that, Ryan. I understand it now with what you've explained, but prior to you sharing what you understand of the whole Nico Brett situation, I just always found it difficult to get my head around it. Like, why is he not being selected? Because he has been on fire, very rarely drop the ball. He's been delivering. So it's really unfortunate, and I hope that he does get a call up. I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon, but if he used to get a call up, maybe it's not through one of our locally based coaches.
The youth are 29 now.
Yep.
The youth are 29 now. And the youth are 29 now. But I just love to see him if him can manage to play at this level and just to see what he can bring and what he do. You know what I mean? I'm not saying him for come in and start, but you know what I mean? Just give him a fair chance.
I'm in favor of that. And judging by the
Really,
comments, a lot of the people who are watching are also in favor of seeing Nico Brett in this team. It's long overdue. Before you even look in England, whether that be the Championship, League One, League Two, like you should have handed Nico Brett his call up because he has worked his socks off and he
even
deserves to be
even a local
rewarded.
nation league, Talawa. Even a local nation league. Good God, man.
Anything,
Good
anything, he
God.
deserves it. It definitely
God.
deserves it.
Good God, man. Trust.
What we're saying about Corey Burke, as I've touched on not too long ago, he has picked up an injury. How much are we gonna miss Corey Burke in the October window?
Boy, if the coach would have used him the right way, would have missed
Mm-hmm.
him. But the coach now use him the right way. He make Corey Burke, especially when Corey Burke get in front of goal. When the man get in front of the goal, Talawa, it's like he lost. He do so much hard work off the ball. We're not gonna miss Corey Burke. Be honest with you. We're not gonna miss him. If the coach would have played him in the right way, would have miss him. But we're not gonna miss him. See, there is a possibility that we don't have listen.
Nicholson because of the jaw
All right.
injury.
So watch this now. Possibility, not a possibility. Would not going to have with a possibility we don't have Shaman Nicholson, Ravel Morrison, Jamal Lowe, Leon Bailey. And rumors going around, if I put it that way there, they might consider Darren Mattax and they not consider he will be in the team. My personal opinion. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. Yeah. What about Kevin Stewart? Anyway, I know who and who are going to replace them, man. Talawa.
What's your understanding? Who do you think is gonna get a call up? We might as well touch on that since we're on the topic. Who do you think is getting their call up or re-call up to the national side come October?
Definitely Javanis. Once him fit, he will be in the team. Watson, he will be in the team. Don't expect to see Andre Gray. You can expect to see Mikel Antonio if he fit and him club release him. Andre Blake, Jal Barnes, can expect to see them. Blair Tergat.
Wait, did you say Giles Barnes?
Oh, you bring up that Jal Barnes thing, you know, man. The goalkeeper me attack, man. The goalkeeper. I think
Are you
Maria
referring
Pau.
to QPR's goalkeeper?
Yeah. A QPR in play.
QPR, yeah.
He's a backup goalie.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unless we're not thinking of the same player.
Yeah.
Yeah, carry on. Name your list.
This is the next thing too. This is the next thing to what make me kind of frustrated. Why is it we keep on a play Alva Spoil at right back?
Okay.
He's falling out of favor at him club. Him not playing. Him not starting. Why not play that youngster here? Javon Brown that playing for Vancouver Whitecap. Playing week in, week out. Much fitness. In condition. And these are the things where like the coach is blind. Or he just have preference. Because it's nowhere if you watching the game. Most of the time when Alvas Paul go forward, it's ridiculous for the man come back. When the man coming back like you push him in a wheelchair. Up to a woman in a wheelchair get back more faster than Alvas Paul.
And I think with selecting a player like Alvas Powell, is in some sense it's almost as if you are
tell our freeze. So yeah. Like up the live, people. Like up the live, please. Like up the live. Like up the live, please. But anyway, we have too much friend thing, bro. That's why we have a thing I go answer, bro. Yeah. Yeah, tell Formula. My boy now getting a game time, bro. My boy now play a lot, bro. Alva Spoil. And Alva Spoil love to go forward. Why you think Kemar Taxerans go forward as often? He might play week in, week out. He might have that energy. Right? No man, coach, man. Right now, my head hotter than a cup of coffee. Right now, my head hot. I don't know whole back thing, brother. I know whole back. That information I get this week when I come and talk about Tapa should get 2 more games, he should get no more game. No more game him should get. No more game. That's why my head hot right now. How say me I look for you now? Hello?
Ryan, what happened?
You tell me.
I have no idea what just happened just then. Somebody's hating on our conversation. Thank you guys for staying on. I was worried that you guys were going to just close down the app that you're watching or switch off your TV. So thank you for staying on. Right, thank you for
Right now, Talawa, right now, me just tell the people them say, yo, me not have no sympathy. Right now, if me have $10 million right now, $10 million right now. Me have $10 million right now. You know, believe me, me say, me have 2 World Cup for go. Me have Qatar World Cup for go. Me say, me have put on some money. Jamaica make the World Cup, me I make sure me there the World Cup. And 2026, it's going to be in Canada and United States. Me I make sure me go at the World Cup. Jamaica versus Canada in Toronto, me I make sure it could have be, I could have snow fall out, then me I go there. Talawa.
Mm-hmm.
You have too much problem, you have too much friend thing, I mash up the thing, bitch.
Yeah, right. That's what you get when your coach really rate you, you know. Sorry, I just had to pause and read that comment just then. Thank you. Thank you. Formula Sports.
Yeah.
I'm a bit slow. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, going back to Darren Mattox. Big up everybody in the comment section. I haven't done that. I haven't said that. Thank you to you guys for staying tuned to myself and Ryan. And the support will no doubt be returned from myself and Ryan LFC. Going back to Alvis Powell, knowing that he isn't performing well at club level, right, and then giving him a call up, he's not going to say no because it's his club, and it would look odd if a player rejected a call up. Knowing that he's not performing well at club level and then giving him a call up, isn't it a bit naive to then throw him in the deep end and expect him to perform at his best because he's currently not doing it at club level?
Repeat what you just said. I got to tell you. Come last for it.
You really want me to repeat it?
No. Me know so Whitmore I go play him. All of him now play for him club.
Mm-hmm.
Once him fit, Whitmore I play him. And that's what me I say like the coach. Either him now watch the game them. Listen, when I was playing National Premier League, me never see top of Whitmore a game yet. Never. And may I show you how far side we think there. You know, so the other day, the defender youth that get called for the first time. I don't know if any one of you guys can remember the guys that get called to go to the game against Mexico in the first game, right?
Mm-hmm.
The King. You know that King get called up in the team, you know. Remember, you know, Whitmore has never seen the player yet. Whitmore asks a journalist, exclusive again. Whitmore asks a journalist who watch the local Premier League, which defender you think me can take? How come do you have a national coach who live in Jamaica or don't go and watch the Jamaican Premier League? We should have seen him often. When me there in Jamaica, I say Winford Schaefer, I could have look a corner league player on the corner. Him there. Whitmore they get car. The Federation they give him a car. Them they give him a house in Kingston. Them they give him a house in Mobile where him can travel the island. Every look could jump on and knock. Winford Schaefer there. Think a joke me and make one look a big belly man will drive Winford Schaefer around. I don't remember his name. You understand? How come you have a national coach and in a national Premier League? He don't watch the Premier League. He watch it on TV. I never see him. No, tell a lie on him. Never see him. And King get called up. He asks a journalist. How me get that information there? Listen. I'm telling you, people, anything when you hear me come and talk, me now make up my life, nobody. People in the JFF tell me all of them things. People in there who want to see good. But guess what? Them can't talk out because they don't powerful. If they talk out against the system, when you see the man in the Jerome Wade, man them fling Jerome Wade under the bus. Jerome come on and talk out and say, yo, let we know, say, yo. And that's how we appreciate Jerome Wade, because Jerome Wade is a man like that. And that's why I tell you, we need more coach like Jerome Wade. Things not going good on it, guard. The man come out and say, yo, the leader them need to do better. Put pressure on Omar Davis. Put pressure on Patrick Robert. Put pressure on George Pang. The man them say, who you think he is, Coach Jerry? Who you think he is? Or we are the man? Bam, them fire the man. No problem. But the man sit down and listen to the dictatorship. You understand? The man now sit down and say, yo, the dictatorship and say, yo, oh. You ain't afraid. The man ain't afraid of nobody. You understand? So you see, after the Japan game, the man say, yo, we need to allow us to do our job. And them not allow the man for doing job. Seriously. You understand? That's what I'm saying. But me know say what happen, a set up thing. Them set up Jerome Wade. Them set up Jerome Wade. Listen. Reach out to Jerry. Jerry say him no want to talk to the press right now. So I say, see me as a press. I say, yeah, you guys are the new internet now.
New media.
Yeah.
That's what they call it.
So me I go try get Jerry again. Me I go call him again. And say, Jerry, people them want to hear from you. You understand? And then them a pretty up thing. Remember I come telling you say Jerome get fire. And them a come a pretty up thing. But didn't fire Jerome Wade and thing. Because that's what the man say on football GPS. Man say you only not allow to do a job. Same thing. Some of them players, you know. Some of them players will get called up. You think a Tapa call him? Some of them. But I blame him for walk away. Walk away, brother. Walk away and make nobody use you, bro. And you will get the pressure. You see me have to tell her, walk away from the thing. Walk away and say, no. Like Jerome Wade come and say, yo, man, I put all of the pressure. The man, him set up Jerome Wade for response for the Japan game. And the man, him say, Tapa is ill. But nothing no go so. Set up thing go on. Because Tapa and Jerome Wade no say eye to eye. Nothing no go on, people. Nothing no go on. I set the man, him set up Jerome Wade.
Do you
That's
not? Carry on.
That's the information. The man him set up Jerome Wade. And me say Tapa was a part of it. Because Tapa was eye to eye. And people send me about the clip and say, yo, look at this. Look at this. Every time Tapa lead, Tapa talk to somebody. Remember, Jerome Wade is your assistant. Every time you see Tapa and somebody attack, or we see him talk. See a man from Mobile, Warren Barrett, two of them, Bench and Batty, two of them, Warren Wade, and Tapaya, on the sideline. Yeah, man. Yeah. How come they never attack to you? How come they never attack to? How come they never attack to your assistant coach? Man, I have Jerome Wade. But I use that book here. But this is not the book Jerome Wade use. This is the book Jerome Wade use. And Jerome Wade there. Jerome Wade there, guys, on the bench, every match. He's a stats man. Write down how many shots the Reggae Boyz take. How many corner and them stuff there. Yani assistant coach. I play one of the most organized team I ever play with. It excels a Manning Cup team. Organized, organized, and both 3 coach of them. Coach Liebert, 4 of them. Coach Liebert Aleman, Coach Karumi, Coach Riley, and Coach Riley Two brother them. One is the goalkeeper coach, Karumi, assistant coach. Coach Riley is the assistant coach for the Colts team, but he are part of the team. And you know why me know say? Why me know say? This is why me give up on Tapper. Big man thing. Come here, no idiot, you know. Me an idiot. You see, Excelsior. Listen to this. What me just called a while ago. You saw this important. Coach Aliman is the head coach of the senior Manning Cup team. Coach Karumi is the assistant coach for the Manning Cup team. But he still have talk. The assistant coach is Riley. His brother is the goalkeeper coach. So four of them work together. Coles, Manning Cup, and Pepsi. Three system. And you see the Pepsi team, we use 4-3-3. The Pepsi team. The Coles team use 4-3-3. The Manning Cup team, and you know the reason for why they do that, Talawa? Let me say if you just watch a comment section and you just listen to
No, I'm listening. I'm ready to ask you.
You know why they play. Me ask you the question.
Why? I'm asking you about the question.
The reason why the Coles team play, the Pepsi team use the same formation, the Manning Cup and the Coles. So when you're coming up through the system, because a system.
So you're talking about like grassroots, academy, first team. Is that what you're talking? So that's part of DNA then, isn't it?
So when you come up in the Manning Cup team, you're not lost. You know exactly the identity not change.
Yeah, it's football heritage. It's part of your philosophy.
And if you watch a Coles team, they attack the same way.
Mm-hmm.
But they have a different coach. But guess what? They man under one roof. Everybody are pulled together. Nah, see that team are pulled together. Nah, yo, my coach call me, you know. My coach call me. Coach Aliman, my father, call me and say, Ryan, don't waste the energy about win Gold Cup and qualify for World Cup. Them not organize. My son, you're no idiot, you're no fool. So may I tell you?
You touched on something quite brief. I think what you was trying to illustrate when you was naming coach, assistant, and so on with that observation. I guess you could ask the question of, does Tapper have good people skills, self-awareness, and respect for his peers? Because you touched on Tapper's behavior on the touchlines with his assistant coach, and I think that then comes down to being respectful to your colleagues, having the self-awareness to know when you're not paying respect, and also having good people skills that comes with good communication. So maybe that's a few things that he needs to work and fine tune.
Bro, the man a smile. The man a smile. You can't read him. You can't read Tapper. You don't know what him going to do. And this is just out of love and thing. Not tell a lie. In the Costa Rica game, we see more of that because he comfortable the player them. Me have to give him credit. You know, he were pointed, calling player. We never see that in the Panama game. What the difference? You understand? More talking on the touchline more than. You know what I mean?
Is that him learning?
Bring up that comment there with that. Bring up that comment there. May I leave that try and leave that comment there, you know.
Which comment is that? Which comment?
The last comment, BALLER.
Yeah, he said this a few times, and I'm confused. I don't know what he means by this.
How come through and messed up the team? How come through and messed up the team, BALLER? I would love for you to answer. How I messed up the team? Remember, you know. I'm not just come here so for make up lie, bro. You have player tell me what I go on in the thing. When I go on good. When them with a love to see. You think everybody happy? No. Oh yeah, I say not me, but I don't think the other YouTuber them mash up the team. Because we is just an outsider. We just an outsider. You can't listen to the outsider.
I think first we have to try and understand what he means by that, though, Ryan, because he probably has his own reason as to why he's saying that. So, like, BALLER, if you don't mind, going a little bit deeper and elaborating on what you mean by that, because I'm completely lost. I know you've mentioned it before, and it's not that I've ignored you. It's just I have no idea what you mean by that. So, if you could elaborate, then myself and Ryan would greatly appreciate that.
Talawa.
Mm-hmm.
The man them set up Jerome Wade for fail. The man them set up the man for fail. Set up the man for fail. May I tell you this? Or may I tell you a facts? See it? Can me this a man go up on my phone and call and me say, yo, where I go on? And thing. Them set up the man for fail. You see it? All a same GPS thing there. You know, say the government them control the media in a Jamaica. You never know that. The man them set up Jerome Wade for fail. The man them want to get rid of Jerome Wade and bring in Paul Hall, and them never know how to do it. Them never know how to do it. But Jerome Wade have a position. And the media man asks him, so he take the position, but yet still the man asks him, do Jerome take the position? No, we haven't speak to him as yet. So how him get the position? Eh? No, seriously, Tala. They must say, the president come on national TV. When me hear this, me I laugh. He must say, we bring him down to under 20 team. Under 23. And so the man asks him if Jerome Wade, if you meet Jerome Wade. No, him not meet the man yet. The man now gonna wait because do the man dirt to do the man. The man now gonna wait. You see it? Style up Jerome Wade.
I don't know where BALLER is, but I do actually want him to answer that question for us.
All of them plan and get rid of my coach.
Because I can't speak for all YouTubers, particularly in our community, but I'd like to think that nobody is intentionally trying to mash up the team. So please, like BALLER, if you could elaborate on that, I think we would all greatly appreciate that. We might not get an answer to that, but it's definitely worth a try.
Listen, brother. Coach Whitmore consistent, and this woman I like. He want Paul Hall. He's the man call a shot. He want Paul Hall. Right? But they don't know how to get rid of Jerome Wade. So what them do? Them plan. Allegedly, come up on Talawa TV. Allegedly, they plan to get rid of Jerome Wade. And all them plan it, so they might play a weaker squad against Japan. And allegedly, the man himself Tapa Whitmore fall sick. Allegedly, the man himself Tapa Whitmore fall sick. And leave Jerome Wade. And them decide to say, oh, that game, that just a one game around base Jerome Wade and forget rid of him. See? And them get rid of the man. And the man them bring home Paul Hall. Because on a JF for pay Paul Hall, you know. And a JF for pay Paul Hall. You understand? Coach Whitmore want Paul Hall from a long time, but we see the backer with Paul Hall and Whitmore in the Gold Cup. I don't know if you see it. I see it. People call me. I live in Canada. People call me and tell me. Yeah. Yeah. Man, them set up Jerome with. Man, them set up my farm on it garden coach. And give me some good goalkeeper training. The man has won many Premier League titles. Manning Cup, business house. What up a week? When top a week more win? When win? Yo, me are telling you, guys, right now, me are telling you, me done, it's the last, think a couple months ago, I'm frustrated. Now, me I enjoy my moment because me know who me I deal with. Me know the type of people that me I deal with. So, when you see that team I drop, guys, that's why I say me a great tapper. Me a great man. If him learn from the past mistake them we make. Big man thing.
I think BALLER has provided us with a answer to what we were asking him for. Yeah, in what capacity is he mashing up the team? Because I think he's actually provided good content for Jamaican football.
Who that?
Let's go back.
They must say me.
No, it's not you. Let's go back. One second. I'm gonna refresh it. Can you see the comments?
Can't bother them and Nancy's story there, bitch.
No, BALLER, I can't agree with you with that one. Not unless you've actually got an example. But I think the person that you're referring to, I think that they've actually provided good content to Jamaica, not just for football, but across all sports, especially when we're in desperate need of it, i.e. press conferences. So many Jamaican football fans, not just YouTubers, are desperate to get a glimpse of the press conferences and who provides us with those press conferences. More than often it's only one person that delivers on that front. But I don't know specifically what you're referring to, but I think the person that you are referring to has done a lot of great good in the Jamaican football community so far. No, Ryan?
Big time.
Let's see.
Big time. But too many politics in the thing, man. Man, I'm set up my coach, my becked. Man, I'm set up my coach. Man, I'm set up Jerome Wade. Allegedly, forget for lose him job.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Formula. He's provided I hope, I don't know if we're actually speaking about the same person here, Formula, but I think we are. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's provided great content. So I don't know. I can't really say anything other than what I've seen of him. He has provided some good content, necessary content. I think that's what makes his content great. Like I said, like that desperate need for us to know what's going on inside the press conferences. There's only one person that's delivering that. As a football fan, you want to know what's going on inside the press conference. You want to know the pre-match, the post-match, all that conversation, and he provides that for us. So
YouTube
I'm struggling with that comment, BALLER.
YouTube and now mash up the team.
I don't think so.
Some of the players them mash up the team and the JFF and the coach mash up the team. YouTube and nothing to do with this. What you have to do with it?
Yeah, I don't know about that one, BALLER, but you know.
Yo, tell her Them man don't understand, man. Them man don't understand, Bridging. Them JFF people don't understand, Bridging. But it's not our team, you know.
Here's a question for you, Ryan. Do you think that the fan base is committed to go the distance to make the change to get rid of the root of the problem?
Fan base, them. We can't do nothing about them, man. We can't do nothing, Bridging. We can't do nothing. Too powerful. If Craig Butler try with all of him money and him resources, can't do nothing. Can't do nothing, Bridging. It's a clique of them, Bridging. I want you guys to go and look. All of the people them who get the job in JFF. And look where look which parish them come from. It's a network of them. You know, like when you have a network of bees, yeah, you have a network of bees, yeah, formula, J Rush, Fresh God, can't get rid of them. Cause you have a network of bees, where is no way you can get rid of them. Go on, yeah, man. Where is the jersey? Where is the jersey? Where are the jersey, Bridget? Guys, don't forget to smash the like button, please. Very important. Yeah, so I'm really frustrated and think, why Jamal Low? Why Jamal Low? Want to Jamal Low? Yeah? And the man say him have a little bit of personal issue. Him dump the youth. See? What about Casey Palmer? What about Casey Palmer and them youth? You know what I mean? Nah, like 20 people.
You read that comment, Ryan? What's your prediction for the USA match? I don't want to make the viewers depressed.
What's the prediction?
Mm-hmm.
1 way to go. Can't tell you how the game will pan out. We're going to get 2 chances in the first 15 minutes. We don't make use of it. We miss them. See? We're going to park the bus. And USA going to score upon us. Now late minute. And give her a 1-0. USA manager can't afford to lose a game, because if him lose a game, he might get fired. Remember, USA win 2 major trophy in the summer. 2 major trophy, right? And they have 5 points. And they say, if he draw, that's not good enough. Can you imagine? The man have 5 points and they must say, I win the Gold Cup and it's not good enough. Can you imagine? Go let them take man for that, Bridging.
Right.
USA go beat it.
Let me pause you for a
beat
second. So you can, I'm going to allow you to go back. But when I asked you, do you think the fans are willing to go the distance? This is what I was trying to touch on. Let's just ignore the last statement. We're not going to stone nobody. But can you see Jamaican fans showing up in their numbers, as they say, strength in numbers to protest, potentially locking off a home game so nobody can go and watch the home game. People refusing to watch the home game, not buying their jerseys. Not that new jerseys are available anyways, but can you see our fans doing that?
Like that, sister. We don't love football like that.
It's a shame. But that's what I was trying to get you to discuss.
But all of them, we could have marched 10,000 times. You remember when my boy win? You remember when this president win? What's his name again? The man beat Captain Horace Burrell. What the brother name again, man?
You're going down memory lane. I'm trying to like jog my own memory.
No. Me I try to show you something. It's a clique of them. And when you have a clique, it's a team of them. When you have a team, it's stronger together. See? They are stronger because they are unity and they are strength. Talawa. A lot of them. Very hard. You see?
But surely we can do that as fans because there's more fans than there is representative on.
I try remember he beat Captain Horace Burrell, man, and the man them.
Box sale.
Yeah. The man beat Captain Horace Burrell. And the man them sabotage him. Football are one of the lowest point that in a Jamaican football. Nobody now support him. Them type of people that are dated.
I think
we don't love it like that for but we are go march. Unless it change.
Could be. It's worth having a discussion around it, which is why I brought it up. And I'm glad, I believe it was Ian. So it seems that me and Ian are on the same page and possibly the same page as the rest of the viewers in the comment section. That may be a potential march. What does everyone think of that in the comment section? Do you think our fans have what it takes to execute a successful march? Not necessarily a successful march, maybe even just a general march. Would you guys show up in your numbers? I think me and you're gonna have to talk to Formula Sports at some point.
On to Formula.
He made an interesting comment. If you can see what I'm looking at, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to speak to him at some point.
Oh. Yeah, Formula. FIFA come and what you think the man them have 14 parish vote for the election. See, and the man them Captain Horace Burrell allegedly comedian, we should name the channel. Most of the parish them him sponsor them. Captain Horace Burrell sponsor them, and if they no vote for him, them take jaw away from him sponsor. And then the Super League or the league in a country can't go on because them not have no main sponsor. Can't stay there.
Kimo, did I pronounce your name right? You said to read your comments. What was his previous comment, right?
Last time, hold on. Talawa, stop. Where I do? See, last time somebody I say, Ryan, read the comment section. Big up Kimo, enough respect here, bro. And me end up go look for that comment though. The person say, yo, Ryan. I think a J Rush said a fresh guy did that. Say, yo, Ryan, go look for that comment there. Next thing you bring it up on the stream, a big problem. So if you don't hear it, if you don't see it, you don't see it.
Okay, I'm gonna take your advice, because you've been doing this a lot longer than myself. Hopefully it was nothing negative or bad. Patrick is saying for 40 years this is the worst JFF I've seen.
Patrick Riley. I wonder if I have somebody who me know. Patrick Riley, you go Excelsior? Let me know if you go Excelsior, Patrick. Patrick Riley. Patrick, usual captain me at Excelsior, so.
How much coach you have, Ryan?
How
much coach you have?
No, I'm saying you were the captain.
Oh, so that's your teammate.
No, me I say me have a captain named Patrick, so me I wonder for Patrick Riley. I don't remember him last name, but
okay.
Yeah, but me have a lot of coach. Remember, I'm playing a lot of different competition and different league, So yeah,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
yeah. So I have a few coach. I have all Portia as my coach. Portia Simsimela.
How Portia come to be your coach, Ryan?
Come play for a corner league team and she there on the sideline a coach.
What was she like? What type of person is she?
She cool, man. She cool. She's a very cool lady. I've went out, have dinner with her and things. So yeah.
Interesting.
She
Okay,
give
so
me the toughest money, man. She give me the toughest money. Trust me.
Crazy Norris. What happened to Kamar Roof? What do you mean by that? Don't gonna have to jump onto Twitter to see. It made my heart skip a beat. Is that an injury? Nothing that I'm aware of. Let's see.
I remind him I say it's a possibility that Kemar Roof don't get called up. Let me see something.
Or no, well, I can't see no breaking news about Kamar Roof, so maybe he's referring to a call up. Is he going to get a call up? Are you saying is he going to get a call up instead of Darren Mattocks? Is that what you're saying?
Kemar Roof.
One thing I must say, Andre Gray has a ton of fans. If he's ever doubting that, need to put that to one side because he has a ton of fans.
Yeah, the people them rate the man, the people them love him, Bridging, and the man fit the style of play that Tapper. But you don't know. Tell you, man, tell her.
Guys, we've not got long to go. It's almost 1:30 here in the UK, so I'm trying to take it to 1:30. It's 1:22 at the moment. So another 8 more minutes, and then I'm going to have to love you and leave you. Let Ryan get some rest because I know that he's shattered and he's also not well. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you for staying with us for almost 4 hours. This has been my longest YouTube video, first official stream. So thank you guys for being part of something extremely special. I myself and Ryan appreciate your support. And yeah, feel free to get in touch with us on
Yeah.
either social media platform. Myself, I'm available on Twitter, and on Instagram as well.
So yeah, tell me say one game in a impress Talawa, one game in a impress with the youth, and him never impress the coach, so you know think him good.
Oh, that right?
The rumor was going around that the coach never impressed with Kemaru's performance. So may I
Again,
say,
this is why I say to you, it goes back to you set players up for failure, and when they don't perform, you are
Talawa,
shocked or you're disappointed.
not even that, Not even that, What about Javanese where we play 19 game and 1 goal?
But right, if what you're saying is said to be true, and I'm not disputing what you're saying about the comment around Kemar Roof, what I'm saying is
No, I mean say no. The rumors has been going around that the coach didn't impress with Kemar Roof. But may I say, one game you see Kemar Roof play.
Yeah.
Everybody on the pitch never have a good game. But guess what? Me know why. A particular they probably want to. This is my assessment. They probably want to get rid of Kemar Roof because he blocking a lot of some of them player. Them body. Yeah. So if you ever tell me say Kemar Roof, him never impress with you. Kemar Roof no big baller, man. Big baller, you can't judge a man after one game. Or you da feel you da want somebody judge you after one game. Madness. But me know why if him don't get called back, me know why, Everybody's supposed to know why.
Ryan, that's basically people searching for excuses because it goes back to what I've just said. Like, you set a player up for failure, and when they fail, you act surprised. Like you said, you cannot judge a player's performance out of one game. Even if Kemar Roof came into that game and scored a hat trick, you then cannot go into the next game and get carried away and expect him to replicate what he did. You just don't do that. It doesn't make sense. And also, you played him out of position. So not only did you set him up for failure because of the preparation going into the game, you also played him out of position. And when you don't get the best out of him, you are now apparently saying that you do not want him to get another call up. It sounds to me that you never wanted him to be part of the team if those rumors are said to be true. Hopefully it's not, because we know Kemar Reeves' capabilities and you cannot doubt him tearing up the Scottish Premiership. So very solid player, and we do definitely need him around. And like Andre Gray, Kemar Roof is loved and approved by Jamaican football followers.
You see, where is I'm just giving you guys a little bit of hint. See? Because sometimes, guys, when you have to think for yourself, people can't just spit out everything clear for you understand, Just to let you know that. Kemar Roof, what are your favorite position? May I ask you, Talawa? What's in best position?
I think he's one of those players, but that's a very good question. But I think for Kemar Roof, it comes down to the opponent, because obviously he's that versatile player where you can actually play him on the wing or you can play him as a forward. So I think it depends, or striker, whichever one you want to call it. It depends on the opponent. That goes back to what we said in the initial stage of our discussion, where we said that you have to get the right team. You have to get the right team and you have to get the right system to get the best out of these players, right? Because it's like, if you look at somebody like Nicholson, for example, you cannot play Nicholson out on the wing because you have to play him down the middle, right, to get the best out of him. So it's the same with Kemar Roof. Match him to the opponent, but ideally you want to see him down the middle.
Yeah.
Strike or forward, whichever way you want to look at it. But you can't be putting him in midfield, right? Come on.
But he play attacking midfield sometimes for Rangers. But
Yes,
in
but
best
what's
position is
what's his
number 9.
best position? That was the question.
He's number 9.
There you go.
But we want to play Tapa wouldn't see him as a number 9 though. That's why he probably, rumors can be true, he probably don't see him as a number 9.
Probably not.
Yeah, because really and truly, he can't hold up the ball. Kemar Roof can't hold up the ball. Andre Gray can't hold up the ball. Shaman Nichols can do that. Mikel Antoni can do that. So whether which next best position that try to fit him in a quality player like Kemar Roof.
Right. I think me and you have had this conversation possibly like off air, because obviously we've got that bond and that communication. I am not a fan of playing players out of their position. I just don't understand when the chemistry isn't there. I just kind of feel like we're at loss when we bring new players into the team and you're playing them out of position. That for me is setting a player up for failure, because you're not going to see the best out of them.
Yeah,
you understand? We even do it with Tariq McGee to an extent where we don't give him
say me have that team, say me have that team, Simple as me sit down here in my living room, I chat up my mouth. Me have that team, who got the World Cup.
You feel so, Ryan?
Yes, man. If me have that team,
know your coaching credentials, but I will take your word.
If me have that team, me I got the World Cup. Me I got the World Cup. Easy, coaching never hear Karo me talk about coaching. Them never make nothing complicated to none of them player where you can't understand.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we say the basic. fundamental in football, you do the basic stuff right. Once you're doing the basic stuff right, run. Very important. Now, here's my team. Blake in goal. Leon Moore, partner with Damian Lowe. Right back, Javon Brown. Left back, Kemar Taxi Lawrence. Holding midfield, Anthony Grant. Ravel Morrison. And Tariq McGee. Jamal Lowe. Mikel Antonio. Or Shaman Nichols, depend upon the game.
Yes, there we go. There we go.
Leon Bailey on that side. So you happen now. It's not everybody can start. So the opponents and that the coach nah do. The coach nah do them look a simple thing. Yeah. Man like a Kemar Roof, depend upon the team we're playing. America, they kind of a little bit of soft. You playing him that game, you bring him on, you change it. Sometimes you play him in all a number 10 behind the striker. Watch out. It's many ways, you know. You can play Anthony Grant and Ravel Morrison in the holding midfield. Right? And you have a player like a Tariq McGee. You give him that free role in the team. Or if you're not going to use Tariq McGee there, you use this guy named Kemar Roof there. See? You have many ways to use a team. And I like this guy named Kevin Stewart. I think he can make a big difference for us because remember, if you understand, you know, my boy reaching I'm 13 and every game I'm going to play 90 minutes. You see me as a Talawa? If me have that team, if I get the job, I not change up much. If I get the job, I not change up much. I'm going to need 5 and 6 striker for the war. If me have that team, them go out, them day in the World Cup. Them in the World Cup. Ethan Pinnock, he can come from the bench. It's not everybody can start.
It's like he took the words out of my mouth. Obviously, we know that with the current injury of Liam Moore, that's looking like it's going to be a centre-back pairing of Ethan Pinnock and Damian Lowe going into the October window. But if there weren't any injuries, who are you going for? Are you going with your Damian Lowe and Liam Moore? Because a lot of people are saying that they want to see Ethan Pinnock, but I'm like you. I'm like, look,
sit down on the bench because Damian Lowe and my boy have a very good. Even Maps have a very good relationship with Damian Lowe.
It's about communication, and you get that because you're used to each other, isn't it?
Yeah, Bobby Reed, these man have to come off the bench, change up thing. You can't fit in, you can't worry about first and foremost. Me I go for an experienced manager to be my assistant coach. Experienced manager. Yeah? And me go me no want a man in my ears. Simple, you know. You have Devon Speedy Williams, you know, like when you're leading, you need someone who to come on and just making pass. You need to go 100 miles. Devon Williams coming off the bench or him start, depending on the game you're going to play him. You see me? That's so more on the team fair play. We all not that for see.
Ryan, you have to pause, sister superstar come back.
Oh,
People have to
Yes,
bring back
but
the star of the show is here, guys.
Careful,
Mr. Mannings.
careful, man. You overpromise and I underdeliver. The people.
No, I love your football knowledge. It's honestly is soothing. Soothing. I
man
really,
is man,
really
we are
enjoy
sweat you.
listening to you.
Sweat? No, man. You know
Great,
what? Remember?
great man is man the greatest thing, bro. You don't have AIDS, bro. Cause you are sweat, bro.
I just eat some jerk chicken with some
Hot a
hot
pepper.
pepper.
Yeah,
So maybe that is it. I just had to run and get some jerk chicken on the
yeah.
Friday evening. But right, I listen to your team still, but I am saying, like in the back line, I think that Ethan Pinnock is our only left-sided centre back. So that's why I would start him and low on the right side because he's only the natural left-sided player. The others are so even when Liam Moore played there, I realized that sometimes he has to cut the ball because remember if you play
On him
on
right
him
side.
right foot, which means you're coming inside, which your coach always tell you that when you're playing centre back, you must turn out. So he always has to come inside to play the ball. So that is the fear I have of him playing over there. But he and Lowe has a good partnership. But that is the concern I have with that. Should we really use a left-sided centre back?
That makes sense. It could
Yeah.
change. Me in because I'm saying the more intelligent people around me were going to add.
Yeah.
You understand? And at that, I mean I say top on the intelligent thing but you need to have more people around him where we're going to add to the table.
Yeah.
You understand? You know, and a yes man around you. You want people will say, yo, boy coach, you go this a wrong change that you make. Boy, you not vex with him. You
I think
know?
I already said it last week. To this year, I agree with you because if I'm going to play McGee, I want to. It's almost like I'm going to play McGee with two holding midfielders. So I would play like Grant and Stewart. That way, he doesn't have to focus on winning balls.
But bro,
You understand me?
he may understand that. But him have to work, bro.
Yeah, man,
These
work.
he
I want.
work in the Costa Rica game. He win a
Yeah,
lot
but
of ball.
all right. But here's what I don't want. Like, you know this, Ryan. If you have a child, right, and your child is very, very good at math, right? Don't try and force science on them.
Hold on, Bridging. Hold on, man.
Sometimes
Hold
that's
on,
not.
man. Hold
Go
on,
on, go
brother.
on, go on.
Brother. Hold
Yeah,
on. No bother with that, bro. No bother
yeah.
come talk about no bother force and mathematics. Bro,
Go on.
Mesut Ozil is one of the most creative player. But that side of work is him weakness, bro. He don't work, bro. In this modern game, a player like Mesut Ozil and Jack Wilshere, football have evolved. You understand? And then it's come back in style. Remember, everybody was using 4-4-2, 4-4-2 was a thing. At a 4-3-3 now is a thing. And then 10 years after, it is a cycle, nothing changing football, brother. Nothing changing. The only thing change in a football is a few things change. I don't want to contradict myself. A few things change, like the medical and the fitness of the player them.
Yeah.
Seeing? But like the formation and them stuff there, nothing really major and change. You understand? So what may I say? Maggie, although we're going to use two holding midfielder, brother, if he want to go that high level, bro, and to play in the Premier League, he have to work as a player. Brother, when you use three midfielder, brother, you have to work. De Bruyne, you know, see him work.
No,
David
man.
Silva.
Yeah,
Hold
yeah.
on, man. Hold on. Brother,
I want to give
you
him
know,
a bit off of the program. When
you know, you know, see,
him go him. Hold on, tell her
hold on, brother.
him go him cup or him water because it's
Hold
like him
on.
drink something.
Brother, hold on. You know, say David Silva, the man must say, oh, David Silva will never work on assist and the Pep Guardiola system. But we see David Silva, a creative man like Silva, he might work off the ball, come back in the pocket at the space to help the team. When you play midfield, you can't shot, brother.
No, man. So, all right. So, I did not say the man is not supposed to work hard. I did not say he's not supposed to tackle. I did not say he's not supposed to defend. I am saying to you, if I want to get the best out of McGee,
Yeah.
In other words, I want to get the best out of him. The best out of him is not for him to be tackling and winning balls. That's not the best of him.
I understand that.
The best out of him is for him to use his creativity. So my job as a coach is, how do I get McGee to produce his best? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put two persons behind him that if he, for whatever reason, don't get back, his weakness doesn't show up, because that's how life is. In other words, it's not to change a person's strength. It's to cover the person's weakness. So I'm going to cover his weakness so that his strength can add to the team. That don't mean he's not going to come back and defend and stuff, but I'm putting people behind him that in the event that he fails to do so, we have good coverage there. In other words, I would not play him and like a Ravel Morris, because at that point, I would be putting both of them at a disadvantage. But I think if I play McGee in a system where he has two tackling, holding midfielder behind him, I'm going to get more out of him, but I still expect him to do a lot of defensive work. That's what Germany did with Ozil, you know. What Arsenal did with Ozil is that Arsenal, in the latter years, all that they did was they said, Ozil, listen, you're too lazy. You have to...
No, because the game has evolved. No, remember in the 2014 World, the game has evolved.
But watch this now. When he was at his... Watch this now. Though the game has evolved, watch this. If Argentina says to Messi, listen, you need to work hard and tackle.
Bro, you're talking a different thing now. When you're talking about Messi, when you listen to Jurgen Klopp, and your club say, only two players in world football we don't have to work off the ball. They get that. You hear the man say? Remember Klopp said that, you know. The man say only two players have the privilege to get that.
All right, let me ask you.
The man say everybody else have to work, bro.
You want to see McGee playing for Jamaica? Come cover.
Manning's man. What are my formation?
Huh?
What are my formation? Do I start Tariq McGee in my starting level?
Yeah, man.
Of course. May have two all in midfield and have him free. So me are on the same terms. So me I say.
Yeah. We don't on the same terms. I don't know why you take me at Reggie. I mean, I say.
Like, Ryan, you need to go drink your water.
Yeah, you need to drink your water, because the man, I'm coming on to agree with the man, and then I'm giving you the reason why you're doing that, because you and I know that to get the best out of McGee, you have to have players behind him who are going to do the tackling. That way he's at liberty to be more creative and stuff. In other words, it's even with this now. So this is where I think like the coach get it wrong. The coach has one, like I call, ball-winning midfielder and put a lot of creativity in there. So you put Daniel Johnson, who is not necessarily a ball winner. You put a Ravel, who is not a ball winner. If you put those guys in the same team, what you have is that they are not great offensively and they are not good defensively. So they're right in the middle right there. And so the engine of your team now get messed up. So they're not doing enough to help the attack and they're not doing enough to do the defense. You have to make up your mind what you want right there in the middle of the park. You see up front, because I mean Leon Bailey is going to be out for 3 weeks. I mean, so that means he's not going to be available for these games coming up. All right. So I think Jamal Lowe to me is one of the players that we need to find a way to get him back in the team. I don't know what is happening.
Bro, what is thing the man have personally seen the Gold Cup? Clearly, it wasn't the man's fault. It wasn't the man's fault. JFF tell lie.
Okay.
But the man have personal issue. Them never pick the man in the team.
Okay.
Allegedly, come up on Talawa TV.
Yeah. You see, I don't respond to those things because I don't know. You understand me?
Yeah. Yo, bro. May I tell you? Yeah, may I tell you, bro?
Yeah, but he got transferred during that same time, you know, Ryan.
No, me I talk about the Gold Cup. Him never get a chance.
In the Gold Cup. Okay, in the Gold Cup.
Them tell lie. So yo.
Allegedly,
come up on Talawa TV. Allegedly.
Well,
The man
My wife just tell me to keep it down, right? And they're making
Yeah.
me talk too loud in the house, right?
Yeah. My wife there, should I say, yo, warm to you. So yeah. Allegedly, Jamalo, it wasn't no personal issue. Them left the man out of the team and make it look like, say, yo, are the man have personal issue. May I tell you that straight.
Okay.
You see Andre Gray, the man them left him out of the team, bro. Out of the Gold Cup squad.
And then he was calling late.
Because Javani's get injured.
Injured, yeah.
Oh, may I tell you, true, bro. True.
Mannings, the reason why I said that I'm in favor of keeping that part, if injuries was brushed to one side, the reason why I'm in favor of keeping the Damien Lowe and the Liam
Mariamba?
Moore centre
Liam
back
Moore.
partnership is because I like that communication that they're building, and if something isn't broken, why fix it? But for me, the bigger picture is I don't think no player should have a rite of passage in this team simply because they play in the Premier League, because I think you potentially put yourself in a position for
Yeah. I agree. Go ahead, tell her. Crystal.
right? And when and one player who I think has played well under pressure with the new recruits is Shamar Nicholson. Yes, you can say that he should have buried some of his chances in the last round of the Gold Cup qualifiers, but he stood up and he still gave a good account of himself. The 2 times that we were able to celebrate in the September qualifying windows was thanks to Shamar Nicholson with his goals. So I think with the new 2 attacking additions that's coming to the side, and the fact that Shamar Nicholson knows that his place isn't solidified, he's had to up his level. He's had to take his game a bit more serious, right? And I would like to see that for the centre back position as well.
Yeah. With it in the center forward position, just on form once because Shamar is injured. Say barring injuries, I know people are going to disagree with me, but so my coach always said this: he said if it don't broke, don't fix it. I mean, if it's not broke, so Shamar has scored. He scored in his last game. I would start him over Antonio. Not that I believe that Shamar is a better center forward than Mikel Antonio, but right now on form for the national team, I don't want to bench him. All right, but I'd still at some point I want Mikel Antonio out there. So for the next game, once he's not injured, I start Shamar, even if it means benching Mikel Antonio. Right? If he doesn't perform, then I can make the change for the second game. But the truth is, the football has to get to that stage where people are being played based on their present form and not name. Name is important, but sometimes if the person, you have to reward people's performance. That is where now when the players are not performing, like we have a player who plays in the right back position of defense, that always play even when he doesn't perform well. The coach has to fix those issues. You cannot reward failure. If you reward failure, you're setting up yourself for failure. That's how competitive the team need to be. If you don't perform, you lose your spot. Right? People always want me to call his name, but I'm not calling his name, but he plays right back. But when he plays right back, he's a liability. He has, listen, in the last 6 games he has played for the country, he has not made one square that has created an opportunity.
No formula. I think what Mannings has said, unless I've misheard him, I think he said that for the time being, because of what injury to the side, what Boza has done for club and country, he would go for playing Nicholson over Mikel Antonio as opposed to the other way around.
Yeah. So let me just say that formula. Let me explain to you. I don't know if you probably misheard. What I said is that on present form, Shamar Nicholson start barring injury. That's what I said. Even though I believe that Mikel Antonio is a better forward. But on form, I have to reward Shamar, so he starts at the expense of Mikel being on the bench. That's what I said. But when you look at both players, Mikel Antonio is a better center forward in my eyes. But you're not performing, you have to rub the bench, and that goes for every position on the team. So that is what I actually said. Yeah. But that's it. Some people just have to be benched and know that. Listen, and I did a video on Sunday and I said it. Listen, what do you want? Ask yourself. If someone said to you, Crystal, listen, I want to support you because you want your channel to get to 100,000 subscribers, and if I sit with you for the next 12 days, you get to 100 subscribers. All right. But what that may mean, Crystal, is that they're going to see my face instead of yours for 1 week, right? Wouldn't you trade that? It's just a week, right? It's just a week, and the ultimate objective is going to be met. What I am saying is that some of these players need to be honest with themselves and don't have bad vibes when better players are going to replace them, or players on better form. Yeah, but I don't know. Boza play over Anthony. So now, okay. So far, all right.
I get him now. I get him.
So family, you're saying that Boza don't play over Antonio under no circumstance?
Formula, I know Formula sent this on his channel as well, so I know he wholeheartedly believes this. And Formula, I have to disagree.
Okay.
I have to respectfully disagree with
Ryan,
that
I'm going to deal with that one.
Formula drink mad put piss, man. Mad, man. Formula, what you do? You come like you watch a TV upsiding, bro. Bro, we beat Jamal, and in the Gold Cup, and the man come back, come silent all the critics, bro. The man must be number one striker for Jamaica, as once he fit to play United States, and we take it from there. Mikel Antonio don't play good in wing position anymore. He don't have the legs to do that. Always get injured when he play with a position. If Shamar is there, he lead in the line. Whether we like it or not, there's no way you can drop a man to score in the last 2 games for you. And you have to drop him for a man. You don't know what I'm going to do in CONCACAF as yet.
What I'm saying though is this, Ryan. Here's my position. You see, the coach can find a way to play them both. He plays them both.
No, we don't depend that.
No, man. So follow me now. Follow me, because I'm going to get to a point. However, for the first game, remember, I'm not talking about all 3 games. For the first game against USA, I would have to, if I were the coach, I would say, listen, the last game Shamar played in Costa Rica, he scored. The game before that, he played in Mexico, he scored. All right? So for this game, Shamar, you get the nod. If he doesn't match up in terms of performance, I have an ample replacement for the next game. I think it would be very, what reason would you, how do you explain to a player, having done what he did, that, brethren, you are going to be benched? And what merit do you bench him? You're going to bench him and say that this player is better than you?
You see, Martinez, man, I come from a school. I come from a school named Excelsior and Liebert Alleman. I always go use it as excuse. As my leeway to get my point across. You see, once you are the star player, Martinez, man, you're not doing well. I am the player. Come on for you. Keep coming on for you and score. He bench you and start to play me. Why would we want to play Mikel Antonio up top over Shaman Nicholson? No. And the farm that Nicholson in. Coming to this game, Shaman last 6 or 7 game, both for club and country. How much goal him score? Same thing that Same thing that almost the same thing that Mikel Antoni do. Mikel Antoni get him chance against Panama. We not judge him for one game. Him not do nothing. Not he have a shots man target. So
What I would like to know from like fans, supporters like Formula Sports and Wunwun, thank you guys for keeping yourself locked in. I'm amazed that we've managed to keep it at roughly 60 viewers, which means a lot to me. So thank you for your support. But what I would like to understand with you guys is, does Shaman Nicholson's form for club and country and the fact that he is delivering, does that not count for something? And also, because we touched on the morale of the collective morale in the first hour of our conversation, is it right to dispose of a player who has been in the trenches and has to present is still deliver for somebody who's coming into the team who is a bigger name? Mentally, what does that do to a player if you're just
All
going
right.
to dispose of him?
Good question, Crystal. Because I know you said 4 hours, so let me go quickly. I would feel the same way after what Magee did in Costa Rica if he never played in the USA game. Because you have to play players based on their last performance. In the last game, Magee played well. Imagine if he were benched and didn't get a game against USA. Would that be fair to him? What does that do to a young man's confidence? When coming out of that game in the second half, he played well. He made a huge difference to Jamaica. Now you have a name that comes in. Hey, Magee, you have to go to the bench. Why? Well, I mean, I know you're very good. You played well. You did exactly what we want you, but we're going to play somebody else. That can't be the merit. And all I'm saying is that this is just for the game. It could be that you change him at halftime, whatever it is, 60 minutes, 70 minutes, and you don't play them. But you have to give the players a chance, because if you don't do that, then what are they going to do to play in the game? That's my thing. And I'm not judging. Listen, because if you ask me who is the better forward, Antonio is. But who is the unformed forward for Jamaica right now? Bowser is. You can't just, yeah.
man, sometimes people don't understand, when, and not because you play the game, more than a person who don't play it or play at the highest level. That's not the case, guys. That's not the case. You have to understand. If Shaman Nichols bench against USA if him fit, a problem. A problem. There's no way you can tell a man that score only 2 goals for you to put him on the bench. Problem. You have to understand the confidence and the player too.
And the whole mental aspect as well. Like, sorry to interrupt you, Ryan, but I can't speak for everyone, but I know that this pandemic has definitely had an effect on my, for example, anxiety going up and down. I'm not saying that Shaman Nicholson's going to have mental health problems, but I should think that you would knock his confidence and somewhat have a pop at his mental well-being and his mental stability if you are just going to get rid of him for no valid reason, because he is delivering. Yes, there are times where he could have done better and scored more goals, but he is still delivering. And also, let's remind ourselves that even though it was a friendly, the last time we beat USA, who scored that wonder goal that got us up all celebrating? None other than Shaman Nicholson.
Well, let me say this, right? I kind of find it, people, when we use like players' emotional strength and stuff. All right, so Antonio and assist, I like people take things way out of what you're saying. So let me say it again. If you ask me who is the better forward, Mikel Antonio is the better forward.
You said that was the time.
Let me say it again. Coming into the campaign, if you ask me who should start, Antonio should start. Bowser has scored 2 goals. And on that premise, alone, for the game, the one game against the USA, he would get the nod, in my opinion. In the same way, we are here saying that, well, They must understand when better players come and be mentally tough. Better players, when they come, must also be mentally tough to know that if players who are worse than them perform better than them, they must be mentally tough to deal with that. So the mental toughness goes for both set of players. It's not one-sided. Both set of players need to be mentally strong. Listen, nobody is unbenchable. Therefore, if Bowser can be on the bench, any other player can be on the bench. All right?
Mm-hmm.
So if he, once he's fit and playing well in training, the coach would have to do that. And it don't mean that Mikel Antonio is not better than him. Mikel may come on and score and start in the Canada game and in the Honduras game. Fine. Right? That's all people are saying. Same thing with McGee. Do you say, McGee, listen, you played well, but guess what? Hey, the Ravel is here. Brethren, go a sideline. And in fact, if Rafael playing good, you're not going to get any game. That don't make that can't be the way we deal with it.
I think what we might see with the injury, the current injury of Corey Burke, is we might actually see what Michael has just touched on. So Antonio and Boza starting together. So this conversation might, in hindsight, it's been just maybe a waste of time because we've said gone back and forth on what should happen, and the coach might just go ahead and give us something out the blue, which would be Antonio and Boza starting in the same starting 11. So that is a possibility, but I just kind of think that with the pandemic that we're in, with so many people struggling with their mental health, mental stability, footballers, they are humans. And like I said to you, if a player has been there in the trenches and doesn't often put a foot wrong, I just kind of feel like you should stick with him until he gives you a reason where you say, okay, enough is enough. Let me make a change. But I'm in favor of Boza starting based off his contributions for club and country. And like I said, last time we beat USA, it was thanks to Shamar Nicholson. I'm in favor of him starting that game against the USA with Mikel Antonio coming on off the bench. If not, I'm also in favor of the both of them starting.
All right. Let me just say this. You know what I'm going to ask, Crystal? I'm going to do a video on Sunday to share some information that the birds are going to bring to me at around 3 o'clock. And I'm going to challenge 10 persons in the comment section. I'm going to show them how this thing is difficult to select a starting 11. Right? I don't want them to put in I want them to send it to me either on Instagram or something. And Crystal, when you do that show, I can tell you that the 10 persons are going to have 10 different starting teams. You understand that? We may get some of the names right, but I'm telling you, very rare do all the fans even have the same starting team. So it's okay for one person to have a different opinion, you know. That's fine. But when we look at the facts before us, which is what we as fans do, the facts does say that if you're selecting based on performance, right now, Shamar would be the person that start. If you have to use only one of them, because you could use both. You could find a way to facilitate both of them in the same starting 11. If Mikel Antonio probably says, listen, I can play out on the right, I can play out on the left, and Shamar stays in middle. There's a way to do that and facilitate them in the same team. But what you don't want is what you had in the Panama game. You put everybody who you think deserves a spot to start, and then the team look. Yeah. The team look all confused and crazy, like I said, with the Panama game.
Yeah, I agree. To answer Dre Anyweather's question, yes, I think there will be pressure on him to start Mikel Antonio, but this is where you have to go with what's best for the betterment of the team and who is in form for club and country. Bearing in mind that we're going into this next qualifying window looking quite depleted, very depleted actually. So we need to pick up results. I'm not disputing what Mikel Antonio's capabilities. Going back to what I've said about not touching something if it isn't broken, and the fact that Shamar Nicholson at such a very young age has stood up to the plate, have tried to hold his own. I just wonder if you then brush him aside, will that then develop some internal resentment? Because from a fan standpoint, you hear this, oh, the English-based players, the Jamaican players. I thought we was out of many one people, so it doesn't matter if you're born a yard or you're born abroad. From you put on the Jamaican national shirt, you're Jamaican, right? But some people just say no. English-based players, Jamaican-based players. The way I'm looking at it is, if you then go ahead and start Michael Antonio over Shamar Nicholson, are you not opening up that opportunity, that potential opportunity for resentment between the English-based players and the Jamaican players, right? We lost Mannings for a second.
Yeah. You wait us, you know.
So I was saying that you have the fans that are saying they're not really calling them Jamaica, they're calling them UK-based players, or UK-born players, Jamaican-born players. What I'm saying is, I thought we were out of many one people, meaning that we are one. So once you put on the Jamaican shirt, you are Jamaican. So what I'm saying is, based on the history of that resentment between UK-based players and Jamaican-born players, if you want to put it that way, if Shamar Nicholson is brushed aside for Michael Antonio, are you not opening up the possibility of rebirthing that resentment?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the coach decision we want to pick. If you have to pick Shamara, you have to pick Michael Antonio. It's big. It's very, very big for you know that a big player like Michael Antonio playing the Premier League left off. So that's going to be another problem, you know. It's how the coach manage the situation. You understand? At the end of the day, we just an outsider, like a Whitmore say. Football no play on social media, so it's going to be rough.
Yeah, I think this music, I hope I pronounced your name right. I think you missed our first part of our conversation. We've touched on the defense, but to be fair, we did it quite vaguely. The defense wasn't great in the first round of the World Cup qualifiers. I think our defense looked much more compact at the Gold Cup. So far we have not really looked the part. Don't know what you put that down to. I don't know if that's fatigue. We weren't as focused as we were in the Gold Cup. But yes, you are. It's a collective issue at the moment. It's not just a striking issue. At the back, we're not as solid as we were in the Gold Cup. In the middle, I think that's the center of the park is our worst area. We don't have that strength. You take Anthony Grant out of it, and who do you have to be that player in the center of the park aside from Tarek McGee, who gives you that creative edge? Who's going to be that player in the center of the park to grab the game by the scruff of the neck? We can probably only name one or two player. So that obviously means that squad depth in that position is a major concern. So yeah, we have myself and Ryan Mannings and Halftime TV have touched on a range of issues in the current team, right? Before we go, we've got another 5 minutes with you guys. We've stayed way, way, way longer than we planned. I only planned to do this for maybe half an hour, so Rai is gonna give me a stern words when we go backstage. But thank you for staying on with me, Ryan. I definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. That's simple thing, Krista. Yeah.
Yankees asking, who do I support? Yankee, let's just say there's a big game on Sunday. I think you should know
Big
which
game
team I
on Sunday,
support.
but come on.
What do you mean, Ryan? Big derby on Sunday.
Two team no win nothing yet.
No
Nothing
bother
more.
with it, cause we win with FA Cup here and
FA
there. So
what?
no,
What
but I
is
go
that?
like you want to share my team.
FA Cup a cup, man. Don't go and drink out of man.
Listen, you gotta respect the FA Cup,
Yeah, man. Nobody no respect the FA Cup. Everybody
You don't respect it through your team to win it the most. That's why you're saying I respect it. But
no,
go on.
we don't respect Carabao Cup and me win it the most.
I'm not business about Carabao Cup, but me like the FA Cup. One of the oldest football cup on the planet.
The
How can
reason
you
why
not
I
like
like
the
it
FA
because you
Cup?
win it the most.
No, because it is one of the most oldest football cup on the planet. So how
Mm,
can you not like it? You have to have some respect for it. If you say you respect the beautiful game. Fresh.
because you win it the most, you have to have about respect. Respect what?
You have to respect it. You have to respect the FA Cup. You mean? There, there we go. Yankee, there's your answer. Guys, I've got 1 more minute with you, and then I'm going to have to love you and leave you because my brother is getting impatient with me.
Sister,
Yes.
your team is no good, man.
Ryan, me now make you trigger my nerves tonight. I'm quite alright. My supporters they make me happy, so you're not gonna touch my nerves tonight,
You going
alright?
to the game on Sunday?
Hmm?
You going to the game on Sunday?
No, my editor is trying to get me to a game next week, Sunday. Fingers crossed I can go because I'm not gonna be around next month and possibly for November as well. But we can talk about that. Backstage. So I got a couple more seconds with you guys, about 15 more seconds. Thank you so much for staying tuned with myself and Ryan. Big up Ryan LFC, Mannings and Halftime
Ask,
TV.
ask win which team you support. You sound like an Arsenal fan.
When I've common sense, so I must Arsenal. Yeah, seems to have big trophy in a must Arsenal. Big up Formula
Oh
Sports
yeah,
as well. Dre
one
anywhere,
Premier
got
League.
Jay Ross, Yankee Graham. I can't name everyone. Michael Woodburn, everyone who stayed locked with myself and Ryan. There you go, Ryan. There is your answer. Thank you guys so much
Anyway,
for your support.
before me leave, cause me hear that Tapper watch me a lot. Tapper, if you watch me, Virgin, just do the right thing and go back to the basic stuff. Go back to the fundamental of the game, the basic stuff, play in their position, and you take it from there. See, if you want any help, link Ryan LFC. You understand? Link me. And me give you some inspiration what you're supposed to do. I mean, I see the United States game from early, but anyway, that's for our next video. But guys, big up to yourself. Win-win, enough respect. Win-win, a team and losing team, bro. Big up family, enough respect, bro.
And Lee as well. Lee, big up yourself, Lee. And Yankee. Yankee seems like that is you never walk alone. So that could only be Liverpool. We can't
Yankee,
all win over the weekend, but I do hope you all have a blessed weekend. Did you want to say something before we go, right?
yeah, Yankee, make sure you come and subscribe to Ryan LFC. Never see you before.
Yeah,
Never
I
see
don't even know if
Liverpool.
Yankee. That's right. You hit the nail on the head. I've not seen Yankee before. So I hope the new watchers, I hope you guys have liked and have subscribed to my channel, and myself and Ryan will do this again, no doubt. Don't forget to like and subscribe to both of our channel, Ryan LFC, to all the panelists that have been on today's show. I'm going to leave their description in the just below the video in a few. But until next time, don't forget to like and subscribe. Take care.